To ensure social distancing measures are being met during this time, some members of council and city administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Ensure your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of council wishes to speak, they enter their name in the chat window in order to be placed in the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. And all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. And for the record, all councillors are present today. Councillor Hawkins is appearing virtually. Delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. I need a motion to approve the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Zakidnia.
So moved, Hawkins.
Thank you, sir. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Approval of the minutes. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from City Council meetings held February 24th and 25th, 2021? Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Seconded by Councillor Shaw. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. First up, I would like to call upon delegation Thomas King from the Regina Squash Centre. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members council may have for you. Mr. King?
I'm here. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Thomas King. I'm a playing and teaching squash professional from Regina. I am the owner, operator of Regina Squash Centre, which is a new business that will be tenant at this location. Regina Squash Centre will be a 4,400 square foot squash training and playing facility. It will have 3 courts with a focus on programming, especially youth programs. There is a growing need for more and new courts in Regina. This facility will help satisfy the long-term viability in the Regina area. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. King. Are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. King, for your presentation today. I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
We will now consider item CR 21-32 for 1905 East Red Bear Avenue, discretionary use. Councillor Findura, can you introduce the report?
On there we go. You got me now that I defog my glasses. Your Worship, Mayor Masters, pardon me. I move CR 2132, 1905 E Red Bear Avenue for discretionary use. The City Council approved the discretionary use application for the proposed assembly recreation use located at 1905 E Red Bear Avenue. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder? Thank you. As you heard, Mr. Thomas King, representing Regina Squash, addressed the Commission. It was straightforward. There wasn't really too much to discuss. It seemed like it's a good thing to do. The applicant proposes to develop a vacant unit within the existing building to accommodate an assembly and recreation use. This will be a squash court facility. Administration recommends approval. Planning Commission voted unanimously. The Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Any questions from members on the report? Seeing none, Councillor Findura, did you want to close off?
I'm good. Thank you.
You're good? Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We have delegation CR 21-33. I would like to call upon Mr. Rick Stewart of Colliers International and Ms. Kathy Peters of Queen City Volleyball. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. First off, I want to thank you, Mayor Masters and City Councilors, for considering our application. I have with me Kathy Peters, who's the president of the Queen City Volleyball Club, and our application is for a property on Stock Road for the development of a volleyball training facility complex that will be available to athletes at youth to 18 level, as well as the provincial and national athletes have shown interest in using the complex as well. We're here to answer any questions, and Kathy, if you had anything else to add, we're here to mostly answer your questions.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm good. Hi. Thank you for having us.
Council for the delegation. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a question in regards to the reason for the need for this facility. As indicated, prior to having a facility, possibly having a facility like this, what have you had to do to provide training for athletes that want to go on to have university and professional volleyball careers? Through the chair.
Yeah, so we have always used the public schools and the Catholic schools, and we usually have tournaments, and we also, go through our SBA for tournaments and things like that. We have our own tournaments, but with the closure of schools, we've kind of been forced to look at something else. So given the fact that we would have a training facility, it's allowed SAS Volleyball, our provincial body, to come to us and actually have provincial team training. With the provincial team training, that's where you would get notice for universities. So it's a great opportunity for Regina, and it's the first time it's actually being offered in Regina. Usually it's in Saskatoon or Carinport.
That's right. Good. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you.
We will now consider item CR 21-33, 1802 East Stock Road discretionary use application. Councillor Fedora, can you introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So to CR 2133, 1802 East Stock Road for discretionary use. That council approved the discretionary use application for proposed assembly recreation located at 1802 East Stock Road. Mayor Master, can I get a seconder? Councillor LeBlanc. Okay, thank you very much. As you heard, Mr. Rick Stewart, representing Colliers International, and Kathy Peters were at the Planning Commission, answer questions, provide their feedback on what's going on. Commission had there was no real issues or concerns. The few questions were asked, why just for the females? And the answer was, well, it's not always going to be, but this is what the startup is for the young ladies to have a place to practice. And as well, this is the longest running club in Regina, so that's a very good record. Questions were asked too about security, lighting, cameras. The concern was because it's an industrial area, and there you have your young ladies and leaving the building on their own. And the comments were made, no, that's not going to happen. They'll be escorted. There'll be lighting. There's going to be this definite discussion about camera. All the security needs necessary to make sure that the area is safe for the young ladies partaking in this training center. And Planning Commission had no big other than this other big issues. Administration as well does recommend approval. And this was a unanimous vote, right, Masters? And so Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bresciani, you have a question?
Yeah, no, I just have a comment, if that's okay. I would just add that this is welcomed but very needed in our community. I coached volleyball for many, many years, and I understand the pain of trying to train athletes that want to go further to play onto university, and you're trying to scramble to get times through schools. Started the volleyball club, the Cougar Volleyball Club myself, and went on to coaching. And again, this is a needed facility to start building some of the athletes that want to go on. Basketball has a lot more, so it's great for volleyball to have this. So I just want to say thank you to the group for doing this, and it's again great for our city, for future athletes to build their skills in volleyball. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, Councillor Findura, did you want to close off the
I'm
report?
good, thank you.
You're good. Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor?
Councillor Mole? Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak?
In favor.
Councillor Shaw?
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc?
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councillor Stevens? Councillor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk?
In favor.
Mayor Masters?
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. We'll now go to Delegation CR 21-34. I would like to call upon Delegation William Nair. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Yeah. You mean Council's going to get to listen to me say that all over again? He's here? Yeah. One more time. I would like to call upon Delegation William Nair. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Nair.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is William Nair with Nair & Associates, and I'm representing my clients who are the owners of 1768 Quebec Street, the subject of this discretionary use application. My client would like to formally build out a parking lot next to their existing medical clinic on the corner of 11th Avenue and Quebec Street. This parking lot would provide safe off-street parking for the medical clinic and pharmacy staff, and would leave the available on-street parking for the patients and clients. Development of this parking lot also provides long-term viability for the site should a change of use occur in the future, but it's the intention of the clinic owners to be long-term members of the heritage community. As part of this discretionary application process, we've had an opportunity to work with the owner of the property immediately adjacent to the proposed parking lot. We have discussed with her in depth any of the concerns she has expressed, and we have made modifications to the design and layout to respond to her concerns. The owners of the medical clinic are committed to work with their neighbors to make sure that not only the objectives of the project are met, but any neighboring property owners' concerns have been satisfactorily addressed. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Any of members of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
We will now consider CR 21-34, 1768 Quebec Street, zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Findura, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I move CR 21-34, which is 1768 Quebec Street zoning bylaw amendment. That the City Council approved the application to rezone the subject property at 1768 Quebec Street from RL, residential low-rise, to mixed low-rise. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder?
Councillor Zakidniak.
Yeah, thank you very much. The applicant, as we heard, William Nair, representing Richard Duffy Holding, proposed an amendment to the zoning bylaw 2019 to be able to legally develop the parking lot. This property is being used as a parking lot now, although it has not been approved or permitted. So that the conversation with the proponent for the applicant is that they would like to make it legal because it makes it a little easier to deal with. Legal is always good. And right on. And this is for a clinic which has been in use, and the clinic's going to stay. That will take quite a bit of parking off the street. It will make it a little easier for people coming and going in that area. Plus, with a little discussion about how the neighbor to the north is going to deal with all these cars and how they're going to separate by a fence or what it's going to look like. And the delegation did comment on good working relationship with the neighbor to the north, that there'll be no issue. There'll be proper fence or however they're going to do that. So with that, the administration recommends approval as well. Planning Commission voted unanimously for this one. And again, Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor LeBlanc.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I'd just like to echo Councillor Findura's comment that legal is good. So I just want to ask administration, has there been any sort of fines or penalty for this property owner in illegally developing this as a parking lot prior to seeking approval?
You, Madam Mayor, I might ask Mr. Searle to answer that. It might have to go to bylaw enforcement, though, also for enforcement.
Mr. Searle?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. To my knowledge, there has been no fine levied against the property owner. Administration reached out to the owner to achieve voluntary compliance with the bylaws, and the owner has remedied that through the application process. I might just ask our legal team if there was any other comment.
Through your Mayor Masters, Mr. Weary is not able to join us for the first hour, so I'm going to ask Ms. Willoughby to provide a comment.
Thank you. Ms. Willoughby?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Masters. I am also not aware of any specific prosecution or actual enforcement that occurred, but my understanding is, as Mr. Searle said, that it was through sort of an enforcement measure that initiated the application for rezoning to come forward. So, as he said, it was voluntary compliance that was achieved through the contact from the administration.
Thank you. Then just a comment through you, Mayor Masters. So I intend to support the recommendation today. I think we need to take steps as a city and as administration to ensure that a proponent doesn't benefit from what I might call a contrived status quo. So that is, someone develops a property offside of the current zoning bylaw and then comes to us and says, well, if you approve this zoning change or discretionary, it's not going to have any actual impact. So just something to be cognizant of. I think it can lead to a contrived status quo situation when I think clearly this status quo shouldn't have developed prior to the application. So I'd flag that. I think it's an obvious point, but I support administration in the way they've done it here in helping this landowner come into compliance. So I'll vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any further questions? Councillor Findura, would you like to close off?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
I will begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadenchuk.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll just check this time. I would like to call upon Delegation James Archibald from Arch Transco Ltd. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. My name is James Archibald, and I'm with Arch Transco. Thank you for the opportunity today to present our proposal to City Council. Before you, we are proposing to rezone our property at 1609 Halifax Street, which is within the Downtown Business Improvement District, near Saskatchewan Drive, which is a key route in and out of downtown, and within the city centre intensification area defined in the OCP. We are proposing to rezone the property to mixed-use commercial zoning MH from the current restrictive industrial zoning IL that is no longer suitable for us. This would be consistent with the other lots to the south and to the east on this block that are presently zoned mixed-use commercial MH. We appreciate the administration's assistance in working with us on this proposal and are encouraged by their support. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the OCP's goal for the city centre's role to be a hub of commercial activity within Regina. We have additionally reached out to the Heritage Community Association and the Downtown Business Improvement District, and they both are supportive of the proposal. Find attached their letters in the administration's report for your reference. If approved, this would allow us to pursue future redevelopment opportunities for the property and the option to diversify our own businesses. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that Council may have.
Thank you. Do members of Council have any questions of the delegation? Seeing none, I'd like to thank you this afternoon, Mr. Archibald, for your presentation and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
We will now consider item CR 21-35, 1609 Halifax Street, the official community plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Findura, could you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Introduce CR 2135, official community plan and zoning bylaw amendment. The City Council amend Section 9 of Part B, Point 8 of the Design Regina OCP bylaw 2013-48 by establishing the authorization for the following property at 1609 Halifax Street to be rezoned to MH, a mixed high-rise zone. Mayor Master, can I get a seconder, please?
Councillor LeBlanc.
Councillor LeBlanc, thank you very much. As you heard, Mr. James Archibald, representing Arch Transco, addressed the Commission. There were no real serious questions when the proponent, the applicant was talking about this is going to the future development. So this will accommodate future development opportunities. There is no development proposed as of this time. As Mr. Archibald did mention that, and you see in your report that the Heritage Community Association is supporting this proposal, and RD Bid, Regina Downtown District Improvement District, is in full support of the rezoning. So, Mayor Masters, Planning Commission again had no issue with this. They voted unanimously on this, and therefore Planning Commission seeking concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Any questions from members on the report? Councillor Mancinelli.
I have one question reading the report. The current use of the building, it's listed as a car wash. Is that correct?
No.
And does it affect anything to do with the discretionary permit?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So, no, this is just for a rezoning at this point in time, so it wouldn't affect.
It wouldn't affect anything then?
No.
Okay, I just thought in case there was any environmental aspect to this, so there's nothing, no crossover?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Findura, did you want to close off the report?
No,
You're
I'm good, thank you.
Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. I would like to call upon Delegation Kevin Reese. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you are representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions the members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Reese.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and members of Regina City Council. My name is Kevin Reese. I am the President of Carina Developments and General Manager for the Greens on Gardner, and Chuka Creek Developers Ltd. Thank you for allowing me to present to you on this application. When we originally subdivided and serviced these lots in 2016, they were designed for a specific product line for a builder. Market conditions have since changed, and the initial builder for these lots abandoned the project. We are now working with Northridge Development Corporation on these lots. Northridge Development Corporation desires to build townhouses with front-attached garages. The zoning for these lots prior to the new zoning bylaw permitted both front and rear vehicular access to the lots. With the new zoning bylaw, we are required to apply for the LA Lane Overlay Zone to allow for both front and rear vehicular access to the lots. The LA Lane Overlay Zone brings us back to where we were under the old zoning bylaw and accommodates additional flexibility and house design options. Under the old design for these lots, there were 18 on-street parking spots in front of the units and no parking on the front of the lots because there were no double garages or parking pads in front of the units. With the zoning amendment we are requesting, there will be no on-street parking spots and 74 available parking spots at the front of the units because they will have double garages and parking pads at the front of the units. I would like to thank City of Regina administration for their report and recommendations that the zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone these lots and apply the LA Lane Access Overlay Zone be approved. We respectfully request that Regina City Council approves this application. Thank you for allowing me to make a presentation to you today. I would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Rees. Members of council, do you have any questions of the delegation? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, just one question, Kevin. What's the state of construction now? Are they basically barren lots? Has work already commenced? Just give me an update on where you're at.
Through you, Mayor, there is no construction at this time. The lots are vacant. They are fully serviced, and with approval of this, then I would assume that the Northridge Development Corporation would apply for building permits to start building units in the spring.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair. So when these units are being marketed and sold, the change to the parking bylaw we're making, will that be broadcast or communicated to potential buyers and people in the area so they're aware of the parking lack of parking availability on the street as they're buying?
Through you, the Mayor, there actually is, across the street from these units, is actually the Acre 21 commercial development. And if you were to look out the front of these units right now across the street, you would see the rear of the dollar store building if you're familiar with that commercial development. So there are no residents across the street, and so it's not going to affect any residents in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Kevin, what is the width of the lots that are being that are here in the plan? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor, the width of the lots are approximately 24 feet wide.
Okay, and can I ask through the chair, there's a vacant lot behind these front. Are they? What do you know? What the plans are for that lot at all? Through the chair.
Mayor, I'm not as sure I understand that question. Are you talking about the lots that are across the alley on the other, on the lane, I should say, on the other side?
No. Through you, Madam Chair, it's the front. So behind the dollar store. Is that more commercial there? That's planned.
Through you, the Mayor, yes, I assume so. That's what the current zoning is on that property. Commercial development is ongoing, but you would have to ask the owners of the property for what their plans are for that site.
Okay.
I assume that they would continue with their commercial development. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I'd like to thank you for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Rees, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
We will now consider item CR 21-36, 5100 East to 5180 East Green Jewel Boulevard zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Findura, could you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I introduce CR 21-36, said 5100 E and 5180 E Green Jewel Boulevard zoning bylaw amendment. That City Council approved the zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone the lots 29 to 49, Block 52, Plan 10, 22, 93, 95, 1, fast, located at 5100 and to 5180 E Green Jewel Boulevard in the Greens and Garden subdivision to apply the lane access overlay zone. Can I get a seconder, please?
Thank you, Councillor Shaw.
Councillor Shaw, thank you very much. As you heard, Mr. Rees, representing Carina Developments and Chuka Creek Development Address Commission. There were few questions and comments, as I heard from Councillor Rashani, about what's behind, what's to the, I guess would be to the south of the development, which is a commercial. Though the question was asked that because of parking, and because of that as a commercial development, there is no any issues on that block for extra parking. And then questions were asked, well, this kind of development was built anywhere else, and there are about two different places, I believe, in Regina that was built. So the applicant and the property owner, Chuka Creek Development, proposed to apply the lane access overlay zone, and applicant is seeking for the lane access overlay zone, to accommodate townhouses with front attached garages and rear lane vehicle access. And then again, at the commission, this kind of gives a little bit more parking at the rear. If there's a lanes in front, that's give it a little more access to the lane. It seemed to fit. Planning Commission had no issues with that. There was a unanimous vote on this. And again, Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Any comments or questions on the report? Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. So, in principle, I like the possibility of added density that's associated with this design concept. I think my problem comes, as it has before, with the lane access overlay and the entire design concept. So we're adding infrastructure, an alley, and we're allowing for the essential privatization of public property, the streetscape. It's not permissible to park there by bylaw or simply by measure of there now being a frontage that's entirely parking dependent. So I'm going to oppose this development, if only because of the lane access overlay component. The densification's great. Frankly, if I also look at the amount of cars that will be permissible, 4 per unit, kind of runs against how we should be envisioning mobility and planning in a city. And honestly, it looks as though this is a parking lot that has a few houses sprinkled in the center of it. So, love the density, but I just won't be supporting the lane access overlay. The last time I did this, it put a halt on a project that was halfway through. In this case, it's just starting, so I won't be supporting this development.
No, I'll close.
Thank you. Through the chair, so can I ask administration, just in regards to the alley, this is going to absolutely add, this overlay will assist with allowing the parking on the street that normally wouldn't be. Is that accurate, through the chair?
Excuse me, through you, Mayor Masters. No, what the lane overlay LA zone does is it allows for front yard parking, so an attached garage, and then there'd be parking in their front yard and in their rear yard, as Councillor Stevens indicated, yes. Because they do have lane. The old bylaw used to allow this under a different zoning, and when the new bylaw came forward, there was concerns from the development industry that there is product types like this where people want to have both front and rear access, and that's why the lane overlay access was put in. And it's put in as a discretionary, it's an overlay, so it has to have council's approval, and it needs to be looked at on a case-by-case basis because we have to ensure that it isn't going to impact the parking in the area, because it does take away from on-street parking in front of these houses, because the lots are so narrow that there couldn't ever be parking on that side of the street because it wouldn't meet our parking bylaw. So when we're looking at it, we're trying to make sure that there's enough parking in the vicinity. And so in this case, the evaluation is across the street at acre 21, that parcel A that you see in the map, will allow for approximately 20 parking stalls for on-street on that side. So that was the evaluation, but it is discretionary and it is looked at on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Sorry, that's what I was asking about the front, not the on the street, but the front parking. So the front and the back. You know, this is I would see this as almost a one-off because the alley is already there. And as Mr. Reese has explained, that the original plan was someone has obviously had a plan but could not go through with it. So the alley is already there for that use. So in this instance, again, I will support it. And I think we know as a city we are moving away from those laneway types of developments, but the lane is already there in this piece, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. So these are all single individual homes. These aren't like front-back splits with this parking variation they've come up with. Just for a little bit of clarification through the chair.
Chairman, so I believe these are attached homes that are in block units, but I might ask Mr. Giuliani to talk about the housing type that will be proposed on the lots.
Thanks.
Mr. Giuliani
or Mr. Searle.
Or Mr. Searle.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the housing product would be attached townhome style developments. So they would be kind of in rows of attached units.
Okay, thank you. The nearest green space to this is just down the block, if I looked at the site plan, correct?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct. At the end of Green Jewel Boulevard, there is an environmental reserve. And then if you go north on Spring Street, there is a municipal reserve parcel there as well.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. I'm just on the bottom of page 3 of the report. So there's a sentence explaining why the zoning bylaw generally restricts this sort of thing. It lists 3 reasons: reduce redundant infrastructure, support on-street parking, and pedestrian mobility. I think, Ms. Harlock, your previous answer had given some indication about the supporting on-street parking bit. Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm wondering if administration can just expand a little bit on the 2 other reasons, so the redundant infrastructure reduction and the pedestrian mobility, why those are supported by the bylaw generally.
Go ahead, Ms. Harlock.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, could you just, I'm not quite understanding what about the reasons why we don't allow, when we have a lane, why we prefer not to do this?
That's right, yeah.
Yes.
So it lists the 3 reasons.
Yeah.
I'm looking for more clarification on 2 of them.
Yes, everything that you indicated is accurate. Every time we do these overlays, it does take away from on-street parking, which, as we know, with higher densities, creates some concerns. That's why it's important when we do consider these that we look at the fulsome picture, as well as the accessibility. With every driveway crossing that we have on a street, there becomes an issue with interactions between vehicular traffic and pedestrian traffic. In addition, depending on the curb cuts that have the access, again, mobility issues can take place if it's not a rolled curb, because if it's a like a square curb, the cut comes down, which makes it difficult for accessibility issues as people are walking along the sidewalk. So there is a number of reasons why we take this into consideration and have it as an overlay and not as a right.
Thank you. And then if I could, through you, Mayor Masters, just a bit more explanation about the redundant infrastructure that comes with this. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, apologies. Yes, and because we're building laneways in the rear, that is the infrastructure that is already there provided for the laneways, or pardon me, for access to minimize that. So as Councillor Bricciani said, as we're moving forward, we do work with developers to look at what infrastructure is needed. And when we have both front and rear, then it becomes, why are we building both? But in some cases, we have to look at different housing product types and the needs. And that's why, again, why we look at it on a one-off basis, because in some circumstances, it does make sense.
Thank you.
Councillor Findura, you want to close off the discussion?
Just briefly, Councillor Bricciani did touch on that the lane was already there, and so the applicant is just using the existing infrastructure that's there to make things work a little better. And the front street parking, if there's nothing allowed in the rear, you only have 1 or 2 cars can park in front. On this here, on each of the properties, you can have at least 3, if it's possible, large families, you can have 2 or 3 cars. They can park. You take that off the street as well. So it makes sense in this. So that's what the applicant was talking about. So thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Findura again, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-1, Mayor.
Thank you. I would like to call upon Delegation Evan Hunchak of Dream Development. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hunchak.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present at City Council today. To introduce myself, my name is Evan Hunchak, and I'm the General Manager at Dream. I represent the developer of the Eastbrook community and also the landowner of 2950 Chuka Boulevard. To assist your understanding with my formal presentation that you should have received, there's some visual aids as well as that I can speak to if you have any questions following my presentation here. I'm before you today to seek your approval to allow for a concept plan amendment to the current town's concept plan by redesignating the land uses in the affected area from flex use as well as mixed use or high density residential to a combination of low and medium density residential. Concurrently, I'm also here to seek your approval to allow for appropriate zoning to accommodate this change. The reason for this change is due to the concentration of existing commercial lands available in both the Greens on Gardeners Acre 21 development as well as East Victoria Aurora's development where the new Costco is. As a result, there's no demand for additional major commercial lands in Eastbrook. As such, our original plans for up to 9.8 acres of commercial and mixed-use lands are in need to be revised to seek other lower density residential development options. Furthermore, SaskTel is in need of a new cellular tower as they are experiencing poor levels of service in this area for cellular coverage, which impacts safety as well as reliability due to the growth of this area. This has been exacerbated due to COVID and the additional demands caused by those working and learning from home. This change to the concept plan and zoning would facilitate 49 front drive homes with 20 townhomes and 1 parcel for SaskTel. The plan would continue to maintain a mixed-use, high-density parcel, albeit smaller in size at 1.35 acres, and the park space of 1.26 acres remains unchanged in both size and location. 2 concerns which I would like to address would be perceived parking congestion, like the last delegation was speaking to, as well as the location of the cell tower. In regard to the potential concerns of not having enough parking available for vehicles through the allowance of additional front drive accesses where lanes exist through the use of the lane access overlay zone, we conducted a parking analysis. Within this area, all the streets are wide enough to allow for parking on both sides, and the lane access would be applied to larger 36-foot wide lots, not townhomes as in the previous delegation. The result would be 4 stalls on average per house. During the circulation process, several residents had also noted concerns about the cell tower location and public safety. In response to these concerns, more and more homes no longer have landline service and rely solely on cellular coverage to access emergency services. As the existing coverage in this area is becoming poor due to capacity thresholds becoming exceeded, a new cell tower is needed at this location in the very near future to not compromise public safety, as well as wireless communications coverage. The chosen location is consistent with the location identified in the approved Southeast Neighborhood Plan. When selecting a cell site, it's a balanced exercise to meet coverage objectives and taking into account land use constraints and community needs. DREAM has worked with SaskTel and the City of Regina to select the best possible location for this proposed new cell tower. If the cell tower was to be moved to the perimeter of the community, as a few residents have suggested, then coverage objectives would not be met, which would in turn compromise public safety. Of note, cell towers are regulated under federal jurisdiction and not subject to municipal zoning requirements. The Government of Canada also ensures safety protocols are adhered to and has published the following. Based on the available scientific evidence, there are no health risks from exposure to the low levels of radio frequency EMF, which people are exposed to from cell phones, cell phone towers, antennas, and 5G devices. Through the public consultation process, the closest existing residents were identified to be located more than 250 meters from this proposed cell phone tower location. As such, any future homebuyers or renters in closer proximity to the cell tower will be well aware of its existence and will be able to make an informed decision on whether they would like to live near the cell tower. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunchak. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, Mr. Hunchak, for coming today. We've had previous discussions in regards to the cell tower, number 1, and you've heard from residents in that regard, and I appreciate your response. How many other more cell towers are in the plans here with the one that we see here, through the chair?
Through the mayor, if you have my visuals available or the cities on page 13 of what I had provided is an image from the Southeast Neighborhood Plan. And so within that image, there would be plans for 4 additional future cell towers within this area. There would be one located between Erin's and Buckingham.
Thank you.
There would be one near Cost location and 2 along the bypass.
Thank you. Yes, seeing that, I would like also to, you did indicate that in conversation with, I think, some of the concerns from the residents, you've moved it over to Aaron's Road rather than it was going to be on Kaufman, just so when residents now move there, they know where they're buying into. Is that accurate? Yeah, through the mayor, that's correct, Councillor Bresciani. We had original intention to place it somewhere between Keller and Buckingham, and just to mitigate those concerns from existing residents who are already living in that area, we tried to push it as far north as possible while still maintaining SaskTel's coverage requirements. And so that would be basically up to Chuka and Aaron's, the intersection there. Great, thank you. And just in regards to the rezoning that you're looking at, you're going from high density to low density. Can I ask the reason for that, through the chair?
Yeah, through the mayor. Great question again. The reason why we're reducing the density slightly is just that there's additional need for lower and medium density residential in the southeast neighborhood right now. We still do have several high density parcels available that we're actively marketing for higher density developments such as apartment buildings and apartment condos. But within this area, it just made a little bit more sense to reduce the density next to the city's development, the towns. And I guess to note, with this density reduction, we're still above the 50 people per hectare threshold. I believe we're sitting at 53.4 people per hectare with the reduction in density here.
Yes. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a quick question. I know 7 respondents had mentioned the cell phone tower in the report provided by the administration. Did you have any more points of contact regarding cell phones and towers besides the ones listed in the report?
Yeah, through the mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Mancinelli. No, I didn't receive even one phone call or email. The only way I was aware of the 7 respondents who had somewhat negative feelings with this location was through the circulation process that your city admin undertakes when advertising an application.
Thank you. I have an idea in my head. Please confirm or deny if I'm off base. I'm thinking a lot more people are affected by cell phone coverage in this area than these 7. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the mayor, that would be correct. As I indicated, the coverage is starting to, as SOSTEL puts it, achieve poor coverage threshold, and the need to have a cell tower is immediate. If they could have done it in the last year or 2, they already would have. But with additional cell phone usage, again, from people working from home, learning from home, and just wireless communications increasing within our daily lives, they're basically at very, very low capacity right now in this area.
Thanks. Was there a lot of effort in having to alter alterations for 7 people complaining about cell phone towers? Was there much planned meandering to make it line up?
Through the mayor, no, it's, again, we're always cognizant of public feedback and trying to reduce any concerns when possible. And so, as Councillor Bresciani pointed out previously here, we were supposed to locate the cell tower about 250 meters to 400 meters further south of its current location. And we just proactively decided to try and locate this cell tower as far north as possible away from the existing residents. So that way they, in the future, they wouldn't be more than a third of a kilometer within its reach. But at the same point, any future residents who would call Eastbrook home, they would be well aware of its existence when they decide to buy or rent a home in closer proximity.
One last question. Does this 250-meter movement have any effect on the repair SOSTEL is trying to implement to give people better cell coverage in the air, or is it adequate and strong enough to facilitate what they were trying to achieve?
Yes, through the mayor, that would be accurate. It would still provide adequate service, so it's a compromise, but it still meets their objectives.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing no further comments, Councillor Findura, you want to close off the report?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote. Oh, I apologize. Sorry, we're still talking to the delegate. I just jumped ahead there. Thanks for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Hunchak. I'll ask that you please leave the meeting.
Yes, thank you for your time. Bye.
We're going to call that optimism, is what we're going to call that. Thank you. I apologize. Jumping ahead. We will now consider CR 21-37-2950 Chuka Boulevard, proposed concept plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Findura, could you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Madam Masters. I blinked. I thought I was sleeping. introduce CR 2137. This is 2950 Chuka Boulevard, proposed concept plan and zoning bylaw amendment. The City Council approved the application to amend the town's concept plan by redesigning the land use within the area identified in Appendix A4. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Shaw. Thank you. As you heard, Mr. Hanchuk from DREAM addressed the Commission. The questions were about the parking. Questions were about the cell tower. Mr. Hanchuk identified through, I guess, reports from the health that there's no health issues that will cause any kind of adverse effects from the tower to the individuals. And the need for the cell tower because more and more homeowners now are going off the landline and going into a cell phone. So as even we here, we did that. So there was a need for that. And again, Mr. Hanchuk did mention is that the cell towers are regulated, are under the federal jurisdiction. The applicant is advancing a proposal to amend the concept plan and rezone the subject property to accommodate low and mixed density residential development. Furthermore, the applicant proposes to apply the LA, the lane access overlay zone, to allow flexibility regarding front and lane vehicle access to residential lots. Again, Planning Commission did have a nice discussion. It was a unanimous vote. Administration does recommend approval. The Commission adopted resolution to concur in the recommendation containing this report. Mayor Masters?
Thank you, John. Good job on not sleeping. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you for, Madam Chair. So I do have a question for administration in regards to the cell towers. I know there is a report coming back to the city on what is that report going to entail and when is that coming back through the chair?
Through you, Madam Chairman. So we are going to bring a report back in Q3 with respect to cell phone towers, the requirements that the federal government has, like the regulations around it, and options for council around cell phone tower locations.
Okay, thank you. So I would say I'll just make a couple comments if I can. Well, first, I did speak with SaskTel on behalf of my residents to find out about the health and the security, because that was one of the issues that they were concerned about. And after I spoke to the individual from SaskTel, he indicated they are federally regulated. I asked about, again, the distance what is the distance and all that. And he actually indicated that they would like to come to council and brief council about, because as we are a growing city, these are things that we're going to see more often. So I don't know if that's an undertaking to set something up with council to have a better understanding of how these cell towers are going to be impacted, of course, within our city here. So would that be a motion or would that be an undertaking? Undertaking, okay, great. So that's good. And he did indicate, as I think Councillor Finder indicated too, I don't think it's very few people, especially in the new areas, that have a landline anymore. It's all done on wireless. And so there is a real need. So when you balance the concerns over not wanting a tower, the other question is, if you don't have a tower, then does that mean you don't have internet and all these other things? The other key piece to this location is this is the site eventually for a high school. And so again, that's going to be another key to have a tower right in that. And the last piece is, and I'm grateful that DREAM did look at moving that, because residents were concerned that bordered this. This was never in the plans. It was planned to have a small commercial done there. So now people who move, down the blocks, they'll know that there's a cell tower when they actually go to choose to move there and purchase there. So I ask support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, in existing areas when cell phones were implemented, I noticed towers went on top of buildings and structures. Were discretionary permits and residential approval needed to put those towers up at that time?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. Mario to answer that.
Sorry, Mr. Mario?
Yeah, through Mayor Masters, actually, if towers are on top of buildings, they're actually exempt from the federal public notice process. You may also see towers on that sort of co-locate with commercial properties or other types of properties. So in those cases, they would, if they're ground oriented, then they would require, again, through the federal process, the notification and standard protocols through those processes.
Thank you. Follow-up question. Has administration ever registered any complaints with these type of towers located on buildings, or not something that we're setting up on an open lot like this when they just happen to pop up and show up somewhere to be used and take care of cell service elsewhere?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm not aware of the service requests that may have come in with respect to that. I'm not sure if Mr. Mario knows of that.
Thank you for the response. I just want to make a comment. Right now, or maybe one more question first. How many people are affected by the cell tower going up in that area? What's the population rate that would have had a chance to fill out and reply back on this summary consultation?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might start. So we do a mail out and then post the property notifying, so it can range, but Mr. Mario can give an estimate of how many notifications would have gone out with respect to this application.
Through Mayor Masters, we typically do a notice of property owners within 75 meters. I don't have the exact numbers of the number of properties that we'd have circulated to in this case. In a lot of new neighborhoods, builders commonly own a lot of property, so in some cases there are only a few property owners, so I don't know exactly how many in this case. But with respect to the future notification process for the cell phone tower, I believe the requirement is to circulate to double the height of the proposed tower. So whatever properties are registered at that time would get notified on that distance.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate the information. I think I was speaking a little out of turn about the amount of people I expected who would have an opinion. 7 might be a bit more substantial than I thought when I first started to speak. Just wanted to say that. Having said that, I also have a little bit of a pause for holding up city business for something that might equate to no more than a social media rumor about the danger of something that doesn't appear to be danger. The majority of us every day put a transmitter and receiver to our head that is the same as a cell phone tower and use it for hours on the go. So when we think of efficiency and return on investment for tax dollars, I don't know if having all these stopgaps for cell phone towers in planning and putting responsibilities on businesses is in the best interest of making things efficient. My only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I have a question for administration through the chair regarding our process for gathering community input. So I just want to confirm how that process currently works.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the process, like for discretionary use or a rezoning is we circulate to 70, as Mr. Mario said. Typically, it's just a minimum of 75 meters. Sometimes we will take it larger if there is reasons that we need to. And then we post the property with a sign. And then there's, depending on the application type, there could be advertising requirements in the papers. So we do that, and that currently is our process. I'm not sure if Mr. Mario or Mr. Searle have anything else to add.
Mr. Mario or Mr. Searle?
Through the chair, I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Okay. I have a follow-up question. So have we ever had or considered additional components, such as following up with residents regarding the concerns they address in that process?
Oh, through you, Mayor Masters. So when we do get the feedback, as you can see in our reports, anybody that does write in and have concerns, positive or negative or neutral sometimes, they would if they want to be on the mailing list for additional information with respect to the application, then we always provide that. And then in our reports, we address the concerns, like as you can see in our appendixes, if there was written concerns, how that's addressed. So it is an iterative process, and we will discuss with anybody that has any concerns on a one-on-one basis. As Mr. Hunchuk said, the applicants are also made aware of any of the concerns to try and address those concerns. And then if need be, if it's a larger application where there's been a lot of concerns brought forward and the plans change, then depending on whether or not they're being all addressed, we might have another circulation or meeting with the residents to show them the changes to the plan.
As part of the, when we reach out to them about the mailing list, are they also told, invited to appear in front of council if they'd like to? That's part of that process as well?
Yep, through you, Mayor Masters, that's absolutely right. If they choose to be on the list to continue to receive updates, the clerk's department sends out an interested parties list, which lets them know the date and time of the meetings, like if it's planning commission, council, and then of course there's the council meeting because they're aware of that, so they're aware of the times and that they can appear as a delegation or put in correspondence, written correspondence. So we do try and have an open and transparent process to allow people the opportunity to provide their comments on applications to committee and council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sakidniak. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I'm asking administration just to clarify a point that was raised by the delegate in terms of the density requirement threshold here. This is basically a downgrading of density. How does this new outcome align with what we had anticipated here initially? And does that meet our targets for this area in terms of what kind of density we want to see?
For you, Mayor Masters, so I'll start and then I might ask Mr. Mario to go into more details. But yes, when we look at this, the thing with the density requirements, it's over the whole area of the plan. That's how it's supposed to be looked at, not on an individual. It's the average. And so in this case, we did look at that, and based on other applications where we've seen the actual reverse, where they've gone from lower to higher, it nets out to keep it within line with the original concept plan. But I might ask Mr. Mario to maybe perhaps go into more of those details.
Thank you. Mr. Mario?
Through Mayor Masters, at the time of concept plan approval, we would have gone through the process of determining the intended population based on the number of units that are expected within the area. So with each amendment, that gets looked at again to determine whether or not the proposal still meets those policy requirements. So in some cases it may go up, may go down, but ultimately at the end of the day, amongst the whole concept plan, we still need to meet our minimum policy requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fundura, did you want to close off the discussion? You're good? Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. Again, I'll begin with Councillor Fundura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moule.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We have communications on the next item from Thomas Froh and Corey and Natasha Worth. This is CR 21-38. Can I have someone to receive and file, move to receive and file 21-4 and 21-5? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, with a seconder from Councillor Fundura. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Up next, we have a delegation, and I'm just going to do a small point of order. We have Matthew Carlton coming up, who I'll shortly invite into the meeting. In DE 21-60 is Rashika Bodani. Mr. Carlton will be speaking on behalf of his wife, who is Miss Bodani. If council has any questions, it will be Matthew Carlton speaking for both. That's allowed. You may not ask him questions when he speaks on behalf of his wife. So if you're going to ask Mr. Carlton a question, it has to be as himself. Understood? Okay. I would like to call upon Delegation Matthew Carlton. Please introduce yourself for the record and an organization you represent, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Carlton.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and other delegates for the opportunity to speak on this matter. As stated, my name is Matthew Carlton, and I represent the residents of Green Crescent, the ones who will be most directly affected by this development. I have canvassed the other residents on the street and have consolidated their feedback and will be speaking about it today. I will be presenting in opposition to this development by focusing on 3 main issues, which have come up more than once today: parking, traffic, and consequently safety. Firstly, parking. With the proposed plan, there will not be sufficient on-street parking in the immediate area surrounding the development. I understand the developer meets the city's bylaws, but the proposal and bylaw do not consider existing parking requirements in the immediate area or compounding factors such as renters' occupants having multiple vehicles or visitors to the complex. According to StatsCan, the average Canadian family has about 1.5 cars per household. The prairie provinces as a whole are typically higher in the 1.6 to 1.7 range. It should be obvious to council that a parking bylaw requirement of 1 for this development would be insufficient, especially given that the previous developments, such as Sterling Manor and Apex, were held to the 1.5 requirement of units to parking stalls. If we were to apply the previous bylaw of 1.5 to the 123 units, that would mean parking for a minimum of 185 vehicles that this development would bring about. Subtracting the 154 spots that they propose in the plan, that still leaves at least 30 vehicles that would have to park somewhere else. Once again, this only takes into account the renters and not the additional visitors and other miscellaneous parking that would be required. Quickly referring to Appendix A1, currently on Green Diamond Road, there is an average of 15 to 30 cars per day parking regularly on the street in front of the existing developments. This only leaves a small portion of on-street parking on Green Diamond Road, which would also be reduced due to the entrance of the development, Green Apple Drive, which is a high-volume street, and Green Crescent along Yellow Rail Park. This is not enough on-street parking spaces to reasonably accommodate another 30 or more vehicles. Lastly, Yellow Rail Park is used for many summer activities, such as children's soccer, that require parking along Green Crescent beside the park. This development would inevitably cause renters to park on the street and lead to insufficient parking when these events start over the spring and summer. The second issue I'd like to raise is one of traffic. Council, myself and other residents of Green Crescent drive these roads and streets multiple times a day. We can say with confidence that there is already steadily increasing levels of traffic. As it pertains to the proposal, the word traffic itself only appears 4 times in the entire 15-page document. To say that traffic implications have not been adequately considered would be an understatement, unless this analysis was done separately, in which case I would question why it wasn't in the report. The proposed entrance to the development will cause significant congestion, as it is just off of Green Apple Drive, directly across from Green Crescent. There are only 2 direct routes to access Chuka, and taking the route via Green Apple is far more common. Further compounding this issue of parking is winter snow clearing. Just this year, the snow piles grew so large that safely passing vehicles going in opposite directions was not possible due to the existing cars parked on the street. There was at least a month of this before the snow was finally hauled away by the city. Adding even more traffic would only exacerbate this issue.
Mr. Carlton, I apologize for interrupting. We're having a little trouble hearing you. It's coming through as muffled or kind of increasing in clarity and then completely muffling. If you continue on, I'm just wondering about where you're holding your speaker.
Okay, is this any better?
It is, sir.
Okay, I would like to conclude with safety, because the 2 previously stated issues kind of lead into this one. There is a school nearby, as you all know, and many of the street crossings next to this proposed development are crossed by numerous children every day. It begs to reason that adding at least 150 more cars driving regularly in this area does not in any way increase the safety for the children who frequent this area. In addition, Yellow Rail Park is a multi-use park that sees numerous children and families. With increased traffic and parking, this will consequently make the park less safe and accessible. I'm sure Council would agree that safety and accessibility are priorities for all parks and open spaces of Regina. In conclusion, I am a father of a young child, and I'm concerned about the negative impacts this development will have for my family and other families nearby. I ask that Council vote in opposition to this proposed development due to the issues of parking, traffic, and safety. Thank you, everyone. That concludes my submission.
Thank you, Mr. Carlton. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carlton. Sorry, you were muffling in and out there, but I would like to know in regards to, you had indicated that you've spoken to a group there that are adjacent to this. Just for council, because many have not been out to that area, that you're right there. There's another three apartments that are adjacent to this property. I think it's about 192 rental suites there. Again, what do you see the impact there at the 1.5 parking stalls for on-street parking, through the chair?
Great question, Councillor Bresciani. Through the chair, she is correct. These are the Apex developments by Devereaux that she's referring to. And to answer your question, I believe the impacts would be very negative and detrimental, because those units were held to the requirement of 1.5, and that still caused a excess of parking on the street, primarily, again, referring to Appendix A1, along Green Diamond, Spring Street, and Green Jewel Boulevard. So even at that 1.5, there are still numerous cars parking on the street. And so if this proposal were allowed to go forward with only a requirement of 1, then invariably there will be either not enough street parking or barely enough. And personally, I see that as very negative for traffic, parking, and just the overall safety of the citizens who frequent this area.
Thank you.
And I believe that they should be held to the 1.5.
Yes, thank you for that. And the last question, again, you were muffling through in and out. Through Madam Chair, did you mention anything about the height that was a concern with the residents there that was proposed of the building?
Yes, height came up more than once in my discussions with the residents on this street, and the delegation of Richie Cabodani will be speaking to that in more detail.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Seeing no further questions, sir, we'll close this part of the conversation. You do, on behalf of your wife, have an additional 5 minutes to speak to council if you so choose.
Yes, please. Do I begin?
1 second. Absolutely. Same rules apply. You'll have 5 minutes, and then we'll ask you to leave the meeting if that's all right, sir.
Yes, it is.
Please proceed.
I will be reading verbatim a written statement that are the words of my wife and fellow resident of this street, Richie Cabodani. I will not be taking any questions on her behalf. Thank you for allowing me to speak by proxy today with respect to the proposed development at 3700 Green Diamond Road. I unfortunately was unable to take the time from work to be able to speak to you in person this afternoon, which I know is a reality for many of our residents. I want to specifically thank our councillor, Lori Bresciani, for amalgamating the many responses she received to provide to council today. I want to echo all the comments of my fellow community members, but today spend some time on the report from City Planning and Community Development, and specifically the developers and administration's response to the public notice comment. Firstly, I want to draw your attention to the number and proportion of responses that were completely opposed to the discretionary use application. There is a clear and overwhelming negative response from the community to allow this discretionary use permit to proceed. I don't have the time to hit every point, so I'll focus on the main ones. Number 1, multi-use and rental. The administration noted that this technically can be a building up to 20 meters. While this may be true, the whole purpose of the discretionary use is to consider anything over 11 meters in conjunction with the specific area and with community engagement. Just because it can be allowed does not mean that it should pass without regards to those two very important factors. The developer points to the city's goal number 4 regarding the new neighborhood requiring 50 persons per hectare. We are already well above that with only continued growth. There is no need to increase the height of the residential building on that site beyond 11 meters in order to achieve that goal. You may hear from the developer that this building will not proceed if they do not get this permit. However, that should not be a consideration for the council. Developers and builders should not be allowed to bully and hold hostage their plans at City Council to get their way over the community engagement for the sole purpose of increasing their profits. Furthermore, the suggestion that the community is against rental units is disingenuous. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of rental units in the Greens, Apex, Sterling Manor, Avana Rentals, Monogram Luxury Rentals, and private rentals, to name a few. All the major rental units are already within walking distance to the proposed development. I understand that there is already an approval for 11 four-story complexes directly across the street from the proposed plan. This community has embraced rentals and has exceeded the city's goals. However, there is simply no need to allow this discretionary use permit in this area. We do not need an excessively high building to achieve these density goals, and there's not such a significant shortage in rental availability that the city has no choice but to approve a larger building to accommodate demand. Vacancy rates in the area and city overall are slowly climbing. The second issue is parking. I know the issues with this have been covered in some detail, so I just want to add that just because the zoning bylaws were changed to only require 1 stall per unit does not mean that it is feasible in every location. The council must consider the number of cars already parked on the street as a result of the neighboring apartment complexes. Even with a 1.5 stall per unit threshold, there is simply insufficient parking in that area to accommodate such a large complex. Adding a 5th story adds extra people, extra cars, and extra visitor parking requirements. This is already a congested area that would likely not even be sufficient for an 11-meter building and definitely is not feasible for a 5-story complex. The developer may try to suggest that parking is sufficient, but that is simply not true. Once you add an opening for people to drive in and out of this complex, there would be insufficient parking in the immediate vicinity. There is also a considerable amount of congestion at that intersection. You have a major artery in the Greens, Green Apple, and there will be at any given time hundreds of cars vying to enter Green Apple from Green Diamond on that corner. It will be an extremely congested and dangerous intersection. And lastly, height. While it may be allowed under the current zoning bylaws, those zoning bylaws were quietly changed after the majority of residents purchased homes in this community. Under the original bylaws, this area was zoned as R5. This is a medium density residential zone, not medium too high, just medium. The majority of the purchases in this area understood that these would be a multi-unit townhouse complex. When the bylaws were quietly changed, this consideration changed as well. This was not contemplated under the original community plan as suggested. Furthermore, the height of the proposed building is not in keeping with the look of the neighborhood. The 4-story buildings are not unsightly. However, to create an apartment complex that would tower over all existing structures in the area simply because it can be allowed under discretionary use application does not mean it should be. I would expect no one, even under the current zoning, would expect a large towering complex to be built on this site. Once again, thank you for allowing me to speak via proxy. I implore the city councilors to reject the discretionary use permit being sought by the developer in light of the current area restrictions and the overwhelming community opposition. Our city is not a one-size-fits-all community, and the proposed application, while it may follow the letter of the law, does not practically fit into the space that is being proposed. Thank you. That concludes my comments, and that is the end of her submission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carlton, and please thank Ms. Bodani as well, your wife, very well written. I will thank you for your presentation, both of them today, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you all.
Next up, I'm good. Okay, I would like to call upon Delegation Kevin Reese. Please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, if any. You will have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have from you. Good afternoon again, Mr. Reese.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and members of City Council. My name is Kevin Reese. I am the President of Carina Developments and General Manager for the Greens on Gardner Development. Thank you for allowing me to present to you on this application. We are here to support the applicant, Broad Street Properties, for an apartment at 3700 Green Diamond Road. We are disappointed with the recommendation made by Planning Commission. I am not sure the Commission truly understood the project. The land use is in compliance with the Regina Official Community Plan. The land use complies with the Greens on Gardner Concept Plan that was approved by City Council in 2016. The land use complies with the zoning bylaw. The parcel is situated along the intersection of an arterial road, Chuka Drive, and a collector road, Green Apple Drive. Public transportation runs on Chuka Drive and Green Apple Drive. The City of Regina is installing signal lights along Chuka Drive on 4 intersections. I believe the intersection of Chuka Drive and Green Apple Drive and the intersection of Chuka Drive and Green Falls Drive will have signals installed this year, with the other 2 intersections receiving signals in 2022. The Acre 21 neighborhood commercial hub is only a block away and will benefit from having additional residents close by. City administration, who are the planning experts for the city and whose recommendations should be relied on, agrees with this and states in their report that the subject property is deemed suitable for high-density residential due to the immediate proximity to a major corridor with transit service and relatively close proximity to schools, parks, and commercial hub. I cannot imagine a site that is more suited for this apartment. The existing zoning on this parcel of land allows for a building of this nature to be a maximum of 20 meters high. The proposed building is 15.57 meters high. However, if the building is higher than 11 meters, then the application is required to go through discretionary use process for approval. To be clear, we are not asking for a change in the zoning classification on this parcel. The applicant is only asking for approval to build a building that is 15.57 meters high, which is allowed in the zoning bylaw. A study was completed to determine if sun shadowing due to the height of the building caused any significant issues. The study determined that throughout the majority of the year, there was no sun shadowing impact on any of the parcels of land surrounding the proposed apartment, including the single-family homes across the street on Green Apple Drive. A couple of homes across the street on Green Apple Drive experienced an insignificant amount of sun shadowing around December the 21st at the very end of the day. Even on December 21st, the shortest day of the year when the sun is at its lowest in the horizon, there is no sun shadowing effect on the homes on Green Apple Drive for most of the day. It is important to note that most single-family homes will cause sun shadowing on their neighbors at some point in the day, not only at the end of the day around December 21st, but every day of the year. Again, administration agrees that with this and states in their report, further, no adverse impacts have been identified besides minimal shadowing concerns on the properties on the north side of Green Apple Drive. Area residents raised concerns about parking. The streets around this parcel were designed with traffic widths to accommodate on-street parking. The project has 25% more parking spaces than the zoning bylaw requires. Concerns were raised about traffic and safety. Chuka Boulevard and Green Apple Drive were designed based on projected traffic volumes, taking into account the approved land uses in the concept plans, with signalization where required. Concerns were raised by area residents that they did not want any more renters and apartments in the neighborhood. I know the previous delegation said that's not the case, but it's clearly, if you read the responses, it's clearly there, and I think that's shameful. Area residents wanted the land use to be a dog park or an open space. Well, there's a park across the street from the apartment, and the apartment has included a dog run on site. I'd invite you to please see the administration's response to concerns on open space. In summary, we are trying to complete the Greens on Gardner neighborhood that we have been working on for the last 16 years, according to the plans that have been approved by City Council. If City Council denies approval of this application, it will be because the building is higher than 11 meters, even though the impacts of the height of this building is not a cause for concern. That does not seem like a very good reason to deny the application. It appears to me that the 11 meters is being used as a technicality to deny the application, not because of the height of the building, but for other reasons, even though the project complies with all other aspects of the zoning bylaw. We respectfully request that City Council relies on the expertise of their in-house advisors, the Planning Department, and follows their recommendation to approve this discretionary use application. I would like to thank City Council for allowing me to address to you today, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rees. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I am a member of the Planning Commission, and I appreciate you checking in to ensure that I understood the proposal, and I can assure you that I did. One of my concerns regarding this proposal is the lack of communication with the community, especially with the high numbers of those opposed to this development. So I actually meant to say my understanding is that there was no communication with residents aside from the city's consultation process. So my question is that accurate? And can you tell me why, especially if the high numbers of residents who expressed their opposition, why there wasn't any engagement process done, if indeed there wasn't? Through the chair, please.
Through you, Mayor Masters. I have a number of comments with respect to public engagement. First off, the public engagement, I assume there was an opportunity for that back in 2016 when the concept plan was approved. There was public engagement with respect to the official community plans. And I believe there was public engagement with respect to zoning bylaws. So there was a number of opportunities for public engagements on those matters on a higher level, of course. With respect to this particular application and the responses received by administration, I contacted administration when I found out that there was a large number of people responding. I think there's a problem with process here. I asked if if I would be able to get a list of people who were concerned and who they were, where they lived, and that sort of thing. I was not able to get that information, so I think that's one on the process. Secondly, another flaw in the process is I believe that when people respond to applications, they're not required to say where they live, who they are, and contact information. So, I think that's a bit of an issue because we don't know if all those respondents live in the Greens and Gardiner. Let's assume they did, but there also is a likelihood that there could have been people from outside of the Greens on Gardiner commenting on this application, which, fine, whatever. But, I think process needs to be looked at. We're certainly required to make complete applications to the City of Regina with all of our studies, our reports, our plannings, everything that we do. And yet responses don't have to be complete. It's just an ad hoc thing, and that's done. I do not involve myself with social media. I think that the stuff that goes on there is suspect at best. But I did hear there was a lot of social media with respect to this issue. So, for me to comment on that, I'm just not going to get into public engagement through social media. Lastly, we did have some conversations with Councillor Bashani, who was acting on behalf of her residents in Ward 4. And I know at one occasion, I think I discussed with Councillor Bashani for about an hour and a half. And then also had a second follow-up, a conversation with Councillor Bashani. So, the place for public engagement, I guess, is at open houses and those types of things that are arranged by city administration. And, I guess a review of the process should be conducted. That's my opinion. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
No, actually, it doesn't necessarily answer my question, which is, I appreciate the effort. You said that you had some concerns with the city process. So especially with those concerns, I'm wondering why there wasn't an independent process instigated by you folks to get feedback, if you, especially with the flaws that you've identified that you believe are present in the city's process. Why wouldn't you potentially do your own process to receive community feedback?
Through you, Mayor Masters, my role here is that I am supporting the applicant on this project. We're the land developer. We feel we had done our work and we had done our public engagement through our concept plan approval process. Mm-hmm. So I'm here today to support the applicant for them to build an apartment building. And for us as the developer to go back and start organizing open houses, I don't think it's warranted, actually. So that's just my personal opinion on that.
Okay, thank you. I did ask that question to the applicant, but yes, I understand your comments regarding the last question. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you to you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Reese, for coming forward.
You're welcome.
Can I ask today, do you know why the builder was not able to attend today? Through you, Madam Mayor?
Through you, Mayor Masters, it was my understanding that the applicant was added to the agenda, and I believe they're speaking. But I can't confirm that, but I see on the note that came out that they were listed as presenting delegates.
Well, they'll check that.
I hope they are.
Okay. I think they're going to check now. I don't see them on the list, but I'll continue. Okay, yeah. All right, they are next. Sorry, I don't see them on the. So, just in regards to the residents' concerns, and I know we've gone back and forth and talked about solutions. You know, is there an opportunity to do a 4-story or increase the parking to 1.5 or seek a medium? And I know that through those discussions, you know, it was kind of taken back to, you know, for you to talk to the developer, or sorry, you are the developer, but the builder. I guess those were kind of the conversations. But in regards to the concern from the residents, the concern here, and we've heard, and I'd like to hear your response as a developer, when it's zoned a different zone and comes in, they understanding it's a townhouse development that could be like a duplex, semi-detached, triplex, and everything in the area is a 4-story. I guess, Kevin, I'm just wondering why the concerns from the residents are not being, I guess, considered that it's a 5-story. It's much different than what they thought was going to be going in there. Through you, Madam Chair.
Through Mayor Masters, I think too much has been made about 5 stories versus 4 stories versus 3 stories. I think that what needs to be considered is the site itself, number of units, and how the layout of the site might be. There's many different ways to plan buildings on sites. And you can see in the material that's provided by administration that the site coverage on this site is actually quite low. The footprint of the building is low compared to the size of the site. So, I mean, you can have a smaller footprint and go up. You can have a larger footprint and go out. So, like I say, we're the developer. The applicant knows what works best for their business and how to lay out these sites. And I'm sure they've considered lots of different scenarios at what would be the best layout in order to meet all of the zoning bylaw requirements and also work for their business and for the residents that are going to be there. So that's my comment on that one.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Reese. I will ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you. Bye.
I'm good. I'd like to call upon delegation Rachel Ricard and Chris Millman from Broad Street Properties Limited. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and Council. My name is Rachel Ricard, and I'm the Development Manager for Broad Street Properties, and I'm representing the applicant here today. I'm here this afternoon with Chris Mailman, our Executive VP. As you've been made aware in your agenda package, the Planning Commission has recommended that Council deny our discretionary use application for 3700 Green Diamond Road. Staff administration did a great job of explaining why they were supportive of the discretionary height, despite the neighborhood opposition, and we feel that our application was not assessed on that merit alone. I'd like to highlight that our proposed project is supported by multiple policies and objectives in the city's official community plan, Master Transportation Plan, 2019 Annual Housing Objectives Report, the Greens on Gardiner Concept Plan, the newly adopted zoning bylaw, and is supported by the city's planning department. But the only reason we're here today is because a stacked building over 11 meters is a discretionary use in the RL zone. I'd like to take this brief opportunity to speak further to a couple of the concerns that were brought up by the Planning Commission. When looking at the discretionary height, we were asked by the city to provide a shadow study to evaluate if the additional height impacted the neighboring properties. The shadow study results showed that most of the shadowing throughout the year is on Chuka Boulevard, Green Apple Drive, and our own parking lot. It was noted by the Planning Commission that there were 2 to 3 houses that still experienced some shadowing on December 21st at the end of the day, and that this shadowing was enough of an impact to qualify as an adverse impact. I dug into this a bit further, as on the shortest day of the year, it's usually dark by 5 p.m. What I found out is that the software we use to complete a shadow study is not perfect and has limitations. One of those limitations being that the software doesn't know when the sun is below the horizon. So even at 10 p.m. on December 21st, the software will still show a shadow. Based on this new information, I would argue that there are no adverse shadow effects from the discretionary height on the residents across the street. Through the neighborhood consultation conducted by the Planning Department, 141 responses in opposition were received. While the opposition is quantified at 141, and it sounds like a big number, I find it troublesome that the responses were not qualified. As the applicant, we were provided with a table of responses with major concerns checked off, such as height, density, land use, etc., along with specific comments made by residents. A quick analysis of the comments found that 25 people felt the parcel should be a dog park, a park, or some sort of green space, even though there are 3 parks within 500 meters of this parcel, and Yellow Rail Park is right across the street. Additionally, our site also offers an off-leash dog run and a playground. 28 people were specifically opposed to renters, with some comments literally being no renters and ban rentals. 111 people said they were opposed to the proposed land use, which is residential, but at the same time, 57 of those 111 people commented specifically that the project should be max 3 stories or single family only. So half of the residents who rejected a residential land use also supported a residential land use. And some of the comments had no relationship to our discretionary use application at all. Comments such as, going to ruin our community, does not like color, should be a pub, need new school, city should buy land and build a park, neighborhood needs more daycare spaces, and these are only some of the examples. The neighborhood notification, while a forum to express opinions and concerns on the application, also becomes a forum for residents to voice other complaints about the neighborhood. Our application, unfortunately, seems to have become a lightning rod for general complaints about things like street parking, overcrowded schools, a lack of daycare, and a significant backlash against renters. Of the 141 respondents that opposed the discretionary height application, only 79, or about half, stated that they opposed the height. The only reason neighbors were notified of this application is because of the discretionary height. And of those 79 people opposing the height, 12 of them wanted a park, and another 15 wanted an outright ban on rentals. Both of these, which are reasons that aren't about height at all. Desirable neighborhoods with commercial and recreational amenities and access to transportation should be attainable by a diverse section of the city's population. Nice neighborhoods shouldn't be reserved only for those who can afford an ownership tenure. Based on shadow studies that erroneously showed shadowing at twilight or after dark, and a reduced number of public opposition to height from the original 141, we respectfully ask that Council consider this application for the reason we're here today, and that is the discretionary 4.6 meters of height. I look forward to hearing your feedback, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you for your submission. I appreciate that additional information. I'm going to ask you, through the chair, the same question that I asked the developer, which is that if you believe that there are flaws in the public consultation process, how come, or did you consider independently facilitating your own public consultation process? And if not, why?
Yes, thank you, through Mayor Masters. We generally take our lead from the planning department when we make applications on whether or not we should be doing a public or neighborhood notification or an open house. And the planning department in this case did not recommend that we do that. Additionally, you know, when we make an application on a parcel that is zoned for a use and our application meets the zoning bylaw and the intent of, you know, a concept plan and long-range planning, it would be highly unusual to have a public engagement in that case. Otherwise, you'd be having, you know, public engagements for almost all of your applications that are coming through the city. Additionally, we're located in BC, and with COVID, we just didn't see the need to do an additional notification on top of the statutory requirements of the city.
Okay, as a follow-up, so you mentioned, you know, you take your lead from the planning department, but when you mentioned that you saw some flaws in that process, that's why I'm wondering why you wouldn't do your own. And I'm also wondering, and I understand that, you know, there's just one aspect of this application that's discretionary, but with the high numbers of people who did respond and say they were in opposition, I wonder why, was there a desire or interest to potentially follow up with some of these people and see if there would be a possibility of addressing any of these concerns?
Yes, so like I said, so I personally don't see much flaws with the process. Kevin Reese brought up the flaws. The only flaw I would see in this that Kevin brought up in the notification process is that there is no way to see where the responses are coming from. So you can have, for example, and we've seen this with other applications, multiple people from the same household commenting. And so to boost the numbers of opposition. So when we see a lot of the opposition, that's what we see is mostly people just being opposed to rentals. We don't really see a great benefit in going out there and speaking to people about that specific item.
Okay, I think I'm good for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming forward. It's, I guess the question I have for you is why not every other developer out there has built at the 4-story? Why is it that the 4-story would not be something that your organization could make that work on this site, through the chair?
Yes, through the chair. It comes down to economics. This is kind of a smaller parcel, and it's a bit of a unique shape. It may look like this parcel is square, but it's actually got a bit of curved property lines on the, I guess, east and west property line. So it doesn't allow, for example, to put multiple buildings on the site, which is a concept plan that we fought with for quite a while. How can we get 2 smaller buildings on the site and still make the economics make sense? And it wasn't possible. So we went up to the 5 stories. We put the L-shaped building. We looked at the site and we oriented it in the corner. So we're screening the parking from Chuka and from Green Apple. We're allowing the tenants to have safe access to the park across the street. And so, yeah, that would be the reason why we're up to the 4 stories. Chris may be able to comment more on that if he wants.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Rachel. Chris Mailman. I am the Executive Vice President of Human Pursuit Developments and Broad Street Properties, the builder and owner and developer for this site. Yeah, to follow up on what Rachel said through the chair there, so, and also to kind of touch on what Kevin kind of spoke on as well. You know, as you go up, you lessen your footprint within a site. So, you know, obviously we're increasing our parking ratios on the property that is required by bylaw. So, you know, if you go to a 4-story building, to make the economics of it work, to get some units on it, to make the size work of the site. More building footprint means less land availability for parking, which would mean less parking. So if you lessen your footprint, go up taller, gives you a bigger area for parking, which allows us to get to the 1.35 stalls per unit. You know, or the other way to look at it is, I can go permitted, go to 11 meters, and go to 1-to-1. So I mean, we have a site that is benefiting the neighborhood. It is benefiting, you know, the site layout. Obviously, there's some challenges with the site not being perfectly square, the size and dimensions of it. So, you know, to get a site that, you know, economically works, it is the height that allows you to go up, to lessen your footprint, to give you more parking area. The other option to look at is, you know, lower buildings that'll take up more site area, but that's going to equal a reduction in parking.
Thank you.
Which, by law, we are allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. In regards to the opposition from the residents and talking about the parking, you have also a parking, an apartment on University Park and a few others as well. And I know there's been issues with the on-street parking in those. I guess the comment I have, or the question I have, is how do you alleviate that? How do you communicate that to your residents that are renting from you, through you, Madam Chair?
Through the chair. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, so through the chair. Councillor, I'm not 100% sure I understand your question, but obviously when we look at our parking ratios, I mean, the Victoria Ave project we have, I mean, yes, there's a small section of street parking in front of our property, but there is a substantial amount of commercial, multifamily, patio home development around that. So if there is some street parking, we can't be held accountable for all of it. You know, on that site, we look at our parking utilization rates on that site, and then we look at future properties for ourselves. As we have a large portfolio of these this type of development, so we know what our parking needs are on a development, and that's why we look at these parking ratios, and that's what we're looking at for our going above and beyond on this one.
Thank you. And the last question I do have is full capacity for this apartment would be how many people? Through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair, Chris Mellon here again, sorry. So yeah, we have 123 units with a predominantly 2-bedroom, 2-bath. So, you know, it could average 2.5 people per unit. You know, it depends on what the unit makeup is and tenant mix.
Sorry, so can I ask how many people would be at full capacity approximately? And I know, can I ask how many, are there any 3 bedrooms in this as well, through the chair?
Through the chair, yeah, there is 3 bedrooms and 1 bedroom. So it's kind of hard to put an exact number on how many people are going to live in this property. It all depends on the unit mix and, you know, who comes forward to rent these units.
Thank you for that. I think I understood at planning there was, I think you had indicated about 300 approximately. Would that be accurate?
Through the chair, yeah, I believe I said we'd probably, you know, if you average it all out, probably around 2.5, people per unit. So that puts you in the high 2 range. So get my calculator out here.
That's okay. I'm okay with, I think we're around the 300. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
right around that 300 range.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, can I just add also that with around the 300 person range, we're not talking about 300 adults with driver's licenses. We're talking about families and seniors and students that can live in housing like this as well.
Great clarification, Rachel. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or comments, I'll thank you for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now consider CR 21-38, 3700 Green Diamond Road, discretionary use application. Councillor Findura, could you please introduce the report?
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Masters. Introduce CR 2138, Green Diamond Road, discretionary use. The City Council denied the discretionary use application for the proposed development of building stacked location at 3700 Green Diamond Road, being parcel H, plan number 1022-53889 in the Greens on Gardner neighborhood, subject to compliance with the following development standards and conditions. A, the development shall be generally consistent with the plans attached to this report as Appendix A-3-1 and Appendix A-3-2, prepared by Ebel Architecture, dated November 18, 2020. And B, the development shall comply with all applicable standards and regulations in the Regina Zoning Bylaw 1919. 2, affirm that the proposed building height is too high and not compatible with other development in the immediate area of the proposal, as it will create shadowing concerns and adversely impacting surrounding properties to the north of the development. And 3, not authorize the development officer to issue a development permit with respect to the application upon the applicant making payment of any applicable fees or charges and entering into a development agreement if one is required. Madam Masters, can I get a second, please?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Madam Masters, Planning Commission, Thomas Froh, Haley Lucas, Councilor Bresciani, Kevin Rees representing Carina Development and Greens on Gardner Corporation, and Rachel Ricard, Chris Mailman, and Hammond, I believe it was Shahan, representing Broad Street Properties, addressed the Commission. Planning Commission had a very lively discussion about this. The discussion was about community, as we heard in the delegation, the community consultation. Why not? Was the architect in town? Did he go visit the sites? Go through the site? A couple questions and comments were made by the Planning Commission about the concerns from Commission from changing the zone R5 to RL. The concern with density, traffic, parking, the ratio 1.5 to 1. Madam Masters, the applicant proposes to develop one building stacked apartment building containing 123 units and 154 parking stalls, and developing proposed 5-story building at 15.57 meter height. Madam Master, Planning Commission recommendation is not to approve the discretionary use application. The vote at the Planning Commission was 5-3. Commission seeks concurrence, and I'll give you the Regina Planning Commission recommended against the application because it felt that the proposed building height is too high and not compatible with other development in the immediate area of the proposed, as it will create shadowing concerns and adversely impacting the surrounding properties to the north of the development. Madam Masters, thank you. And if maybe Ms. Harlock have any addition to this, and if I'm good.
Ms. Harlock, would you wish to
Okay.
speak?
Madam Masters, thank you.
Ms. Harlock, would you wish to speak to the denial of this application based upon your recommendation for council?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So as Councillor Findura had indicated, administration did recommend approval. We based it on the requirements of the bylaw, and the height was the discretionary use factor. Based on the evaluation that we had with the sun studies, et cetera, we found it to be acceptable. There is a history to this site with respect to previous density that was allocated. The last zoning bylaw had it zoned as R5, where a building for seniors could have been built at discretionary. It would have been a discretionary use up to the 4 stories. So they could have had the similar amount of units. But with the change in the zoning bylaw, this it is now permitted up to 11 meters, whereas before it was discretionary, and anything over that now in the new bylaw is discretionary. So we'd be happy to answer any questions about process or our evaluation.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. My first request to administration, there's been some questions around how resident feedback is incorporated. I don't need an answer now, but perhaps you could just send to us a reminder about how discretionary applications work, and perhaps also a reminder that when it comes to feedback from residents, that's our job on these applications, not for you to translate that into a change to the application itself. Councillor Bresciani's done a great job of relaying to us what residents are saying about this. My first question, though, has to do with the nature of the development and the community. One of the priorities of the city and the OCP is a complete community. That would mean to suggest, I believe, walkability, access to parks, schools, commerce, employment. Is this a complete community? So in other words, will I have access to a park, shopping, sources of employment if I'm living here in this new building?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the whole town's or the Southeast Neighborhood Plan is premised off a complete neighborhood. So in this situation and this specific parcel, it is in close proximity to all of those amenities, transit, etc.
Okay, thank you. Could you elaborate through the chair on transit accessibility? I see Chuka Boulevard. How many routes? Is there any plan to improve transit? And would this actually mitigate the need for more than one vehicle?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. Onright.
Through the mayor, I see Mr. Bells is on this call, so I'm going to ask him to talk about the specifics about service in that area.
Through Mayor Masters, can you repeat the question?
Yes, could you, Mr. Bells, comment on transit accessibility? This development is on Chuka Boulevard. And is there other plans to improve transit as well?
Through Mayor Masters, first of all, what comes to mind is we are doing a transit master plan, and that part of the city will be reviewed as well. That area is seeing good development over the last years, and we have good transit service in that area.
Thank you. To your knowledge, does densification and development such as this improve transit accessibility, and does it make improvements to transit service more economically feasible?
Through Mayor Masters, yes, this would bringing the apartment into that location would help transit and lower our costs, increase ridership all at the same time.
Thank you. Parking, lots of concerns, obviously. Do we know of any harms associated with people parking on the street? Why is that a concern, and why should it be part of our decision making?
Thanks. Through you, Mayor Masters. So when we did the zone forward, we did look at parking requirements. There is no requirements for a specific number of parking stalls on street. There's obviously requirements within our bylaw for on-site parking. That's what the requirement is. And so that's that whole balancing act, because nowhere do they actually regulate on-street parking. Parking on street is open to the public, and it's not open to just one one grouping of people.
Okay.
Like if it's in front of your house, sometimes people think, well, that's my spot. It's not, it's open to everybody. And at this point in time, no, we have streets and sidewalks and crosswalks, et cetera, to accommodate safety.
Perfect. So to clarify, there are no known health or public safety risks associated with a street lined with people parking, whether for residential or public purposes?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, me neither. Thank you. I believe that development should certainly fit and harmonize with a community. I'm looking at this map. I see some development to the north, but mostly it's surrounded by dirt. So I'm kind of curious, how does this not align with what's around that? If I think of development, for instance, the Cookhouse, what happened in the past, the 13th and Elvistone, these are established neighborhoods. I'm not sure what defines that area other than large empty construction sites.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might start and then perhaps ask Mr. Sleva to elaborate. But within this area, there is other higher density buildings. As Councillor Bashani indicated, they are around the 4 stories. But in our viewpoint, the 4 to 5, at this point, it meets our requirements. This zone actually allows buildings to go up to 20 meters. So in this case, the applicants are asking for above the 11, which is permitted at 15 points and change. And so at this point, we do feel it would meet the requirements within the neighborhood with the 1 extra story. But I might ask Mr. Sleva to comment on any other building types within this area that are perhaps over the 4 stories.
Sure. Through the chair, I might start with a bit of a caution on the Appendix A1 and A2. The satellite photos are from 2018, so they are a bit out of date, and particularly in a new neighborhood, don't reflect development as it exists today. Chuka Boulevard, certainly between Arcola and Green Apple Drive, is characterized primarily by high-density development. There are several ongoing or proposed high-density residential development, and much of the area is zoned for that. To the near south is the Acre 21 commercial development. So that was one of the rationale within our decision-making process was the concept plan calls for high-density residential here. There's a number of other high-density residential projects in the immediate vicinity, and ultimately the proximity to transit routes and the Acre 21 commercial area.
Thank you. Shade and shadows. I've only heard this concern come up in the context of solar panels and green energy production on roofs. Do we have any reason to be concerned about a shadow being cast by this building?
Masters. So we did ask the applicants to prepare a sun shadowing study. When it is higher than permitted, we will ask for those. As the applicant had indicated, and in their correspondence, they have shown what that shadow impact would have. And based on that, we felt that it was a minimal impact that would happen with sun shadowing to the neighboring properties.
Okay, thank you. I think it's regrettable that the developer does not seem to be willing to accommodate some of the concerns, but this does seem to fit our objectives as a city. To the clerk, a vote in favor of this report is to support the negative recommendation, correct? And a vote against it would essentially be to approve this.
Through you, Mayor, yes, Councillor Stevens, the recommendation on the floor is to deny this in its entirety. So when the vote comes, an affirmative vote will deny this.
Okay.
If council chooses not to deny it, we will need a subsequent motion to then reverse the decision.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I had a couple of questions just regarding the shade as well. When I look at Appendix A32, the building is not, because it does go, it's like an upside down L. And I'm assuming that up is north on the map. that, to me, it seems that the east morning sun shade would be on the parking lot, and then in the west, when the sun is in the west, there's no shade as an issue. So I'm just trying to get a clear understanding of how much of a significant problem shade is. So you did mention the shade study previously, and the presenter, Miss, I can't remember her name, sorry, that presented, she did point out that their opinion too was that most of the shade would be on the parking lot if there was any. I noticed that so I guess that's my question is that the case, that this is up is north, so the majority of the building shade would be when the sun is in the east, and it would be shade on the parking lot? Through you, Mayor Masters?
Through you, Mayor Masters. What I'll ask is Mr. Sleva to walk through the sun shadowing study, because when we look at it at different points in time of the year. So March 20th is what we looked at, and then in December and in June is the dates that we look at, those different solstice. So I'll ask Mr. Sleva to explain the impacts during the different times of the year and which lots it's impacting the most.
Through the chair, Appendix A-3.2, the up is actually not north, it's west.
It's west.
Green Apple Drive is the the street to the north of this proposed development. And just the orientation of the plan, I apologize, it can be a bit confusing. So yes, we do sometimes ask for sun shadow studies when height has been an identified concern or if it's within a discretionary threshold. Typically, what is identified with sun shadow studies that are provided by the applicant is sun shadowing at 9 a.m., noon, and at 5 p.m. on December 21st and on June 21st, which will represent the sun when it's generating the most shadow and the least shadow. On December 21st, buildings, even short buildings, do generate a shadow. That's part of the nature of the winters here in Saskatchewan. So when we took a look at the sun shadow study and saw that there were a couple properties along Green Apple Drive that were impacted, but it would typically only be at the very darkest parts of the winter, felt that it ultimately was a small shadowing concern. Additionally, Green Apple Drive itself is a wide street, and in the fall and spring months, much of the shadow that would be generated from the proposed development would be falling on the right-of-way and not on private property.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. We are legislated to take a break at 3:15, and so prior to taking any more questions on the matter, we're going to go to our mandatory recess, and it is 3:13, which means 3:28 in my books, right, folks? 3:28, I'll see you back here. Don't make me gavel. Welcome back, everyone. Who's next? What's quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got quorum.
That's written out.
Councillor Zakidniak, I think you're up.
Thank you. So I do have a question for administration and then a comment. So my question is, when city staff did engagement with the community, was there any indication in the feedback process of what kind of dwelling feedback was received from? I'm sure I know the answer to this, but just to confirm.
You indicate what, if any, type of housing responses came in?
Mr. Sleva?
Through the chair, in terms of where we received responses, it was, from residents within the Green Zone Gardner. We don't have a breakdown on what percentage were from multifamily or from single family. In terms of what their concerns kind of came to, 79% of all responses we received were concerned about there being multifamily proposed on the site. So again, I apologize. We don't have numbers on the breakdown of what came from single family dwellings or from multifamily.
Okay, thank you. So my comments are that I didn't support this development on the Regina Planning Commission, and I can't support it today. Although there are many components of this proposal that I do support, I can't reward developers and applicants that don't feel the need to demonstrate to residents that their feedback is being received and considered. And on the Regina Planning Commission, the applicant indicated that 131 people in opposition wasn't unusual with their developments, and that much of the negative feedback came from single detached homes who didn't want renters in their neighborhood. Of course, it's inappropriate for anyone to comment that they don't want renters in their neighborhood. The comment on what kind of dwellings feedback came from was an assumption, and we heard many assumptions that day from the applicant. And in my opinion, a lack of interest in engaging with and addressing any concerns noted by area residents. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Bresciani, Councillor Hawkins, Councillor Mancinelli, and Councillor LeBlanc lined up. Councillor Bresciani's next.
Thank you. So I'm just going to open up to let you know that I did attend Planning Commission. I've never done that in my time ever on council, and I felt that it was very important to speak on behalf of my residents in this issue. And I've never seen an opposition of that many. Out of the 141 people that sent in the survey, 131 were completely opposed, 92%. And it wasn't, and I'll make it right now here, this was not about I do not want rentals in my area. Because I will take you each on a drive in my area and show you how many rentals we have. That was not a concern raised to me at all. It was about the height. I will tell you on Chuka and Arcola, or Chuka, all the way down, it's a whole strip of rentals in there. 6 large apartments, Sterling Manor, with the Sterling Manor has at least 350 units in there. We have another one that's adjacent to this one. It's a 3 apartment block of 192 units, that's Devereux. Across this planned, where the city thought that it was a good idea to increase the density to 5 stories, Green Zone Gardner has seen over 50 per person per hectare in this area. 50 person per hectare. That's the base of what we want in our OCP, which I call our Bible. But we need to look at the neighborhood. We need to make sure that we understand when we are going into neighborhoods, especially where they're developed, and we understand that this was already zoned, R5. The residents in that area, you know what they knew? This was going to be a townhouse. It could be a duplex up to 11 meters. So they put their money into a home to live there, close to a park. They weren't opposed to the rental. They weren't opposed to there was some that said, I want a dog park and I want this and I want that. But let's be clear. This is a medium residential that is zoned to 11 meters. And yes, there is discretion, but that's why it's called discretionary use. It's not permitted. It's discretionary, and it's discretionary on 2 things, the height and public feedback. Those should be taken into account. Or why do we even ask for people's responses, I guess? That's my question. I'm going to just add on to a few of the points that I heard from councillors. But one of the questions I have regarding communication we heard just from Dream Developments, they're putting in a tower and they were going to put it next to a lower income housing on Kaufman. I've got many of those there, Havana Homes. And you know what, there was a concern and they'd said, could we move it over just the 1 block on the other side so when people come and buy, they know where they're buying. Same here. They know when they bought here what was zoned for. It was changed over, and I'm going to ask Mayor, I was going to through you, Mayor Masters, Ms. Howerluck, that this was zoned R5. It was moved over to the low residential housing, or it was the RL. The R5 is for duplex, semi-detached, triplex, and fourplexes. And when it was moved, and that was up to 4 stories and 11 meters high. The question is, what's being proposed here? Would have that been allowed in the R5? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Madam Mayor. In the R5, as Councillor Bisciani said, it would have, as a discretionary use, they could have applied for seniors housing for up to 11 meters. So this development would not have fit under the old zoning.
Thank you. And when we went to do the zoning bylaw and moved everything over, was there any communication with the residents that may be affected? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So when the new zoning bylaw came into effect, we notified every single resident of the changes to their bylaw, like to their property and the zones, and gave them information on how to get additional information on the zoning bylaw, and we had zoning maps to which they could have gone on to the websites to see how the area was changing around them, because it was clear in the correspondence that every zone was changing.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, as a councillor, I'm not even sure what R5 is and R3 and R2 and how it was zoned over into low rise. So I can't imagine how our residents would even understand or undertake that, and I don't think they should have to. But this is why this is called discretionary use, and that's what should be a huge piece in this puzzle when we're considering it. And I'm disappointed this even got to Planning Commission. I believe that there should have been some consultation, just like Dream did. They moved that tower. They knew there was opposition, but that might be the difference in a local developer or someone out of province that comes in and just plumps the development in a community that doesn't know the community, and again, just ticks all the boxes, and that's what happens. I want to know, the map again is on Appendix A2, Your Worship, is absolutely out of date. That is not an accurate map. There's way more high density, and the rental apartments aren't even shown in there. It looks like a lot of dust balls in there, but it's not true. And L, I would ask, and I think I know, but in L, which is right adjacent across this street, is this not going to be 11, I'm going to say that again, 11 four-story buildings with living on the top and commercial on the bottom? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chairman, I will ask Mr. Sleva or Mr. Mario to indicate what's going to be on parcel 11.
Through Mayor Masters, there are, I believe, 11 separate buildings on parcel L directly across the street. The maximum height of one of those buildings is about 15 meters, and that's on the corner of Chuka Boulevard and Green Apple Drive. Most of the buildings are a little bit shorter than that, I think around the 13-meter range.
Thank you. Through the chair. So just to be clear, we just heard that there's going to be another 10. We've got another 10 buildings, 4 stories, over 4, I guess. Some are going to be less than that, with commercial on the bottom and residential on the top. So if we're thinking that we haven't met our density targets, I just want you to know that we have, and I'm still awaiting a question that I asked at another meeting about what the density is in the Green Zone Gardner, the towns, and what it is in the Eastbrook. Because again, there's a community conversation that needs to be had here. And what is the impact of that? Quality of life? Absolutely, it's quality of life. And if there was a need to increase this just to have a developer come in and be able to sell his land to fill a spot, I would love to see it with the seniors at 4 stories. I would love to see it at 4 stories and get developed. But I can't accept it that we are going to go now behind my residents' back and say, we're going to approve this because we need to get the density. We've got lots of open space, and I think there's a spot on Albert Street and Victoria Avenue if this wanted to be built there. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I'd like to begin with a legal question to the administration. There was some suggestion in the delegations that this is a discretionary use application, but that our discretion was limited to a consideration of height. That's not my understanding. I'd like to know from legal whether or not we are limited in the exercise of our discretion, or whether we can take into account all variables related to planning so long as we act in good faith.
Mr. Holden, is Mr. Weary on the line?
He is, so.
Mr. Weary, can you answer that question?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. In our view, the important consideration here is that Council make its decision based on planning principles set out in the criteria for discretionary use, including the height restriction or the height criteria.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. I understand then that so long as we're considering planning considerations, we can take into account all planning considerations. There are several things that strike me here. The first is how articulate the delegations were who are opposing this development and discussing planning factors like parking, traffic, and safety. The second is it's difficult for me to ignore the decision of the Regina Planning Commission in this case, given their thorough consideration of this matter. The third thing that's important for me is there's nobody on our council who knows that neighborhood better than the councillor from the ward, Councillor Bresciani. And she's been very articulate in explaining, and I accept her explanation, that this has nothing to do with people being opposed to rentals. It has nothing to do with density because there are already lots of rentals in the area. The density is already high in the area. What this has to do with, and this is where we have to focus, what this has to do with is preserving neighborhood values. And we are hearing from residents in this neighborhood loudly and clearly, supported by their councillor, that they think that this kind of development is out of line with the neighborhood, with the values in the neighborhood, good, solid, strong neighborhood community values. I'm also struck by the fact that when these neighbors, these residents in the neighborhood bought in, they bought on the understanding of the zoning as it was at the time of their purchase. They simply could not have been expected to understand that the recent zoning bylaw change, which is technical in nature, they simply could not have been expected to be aware of that. I don't think anybody, any ordinary resident, would delve into that kind of change in that kind of detail. So I think we have to respect the fact that many years ago they bought into the neighborhood, they built the neighborhood. The neighborhood is a diverse, strong neighborhood, and that this building, for the reasons they give, parking, traffic, and safety, threatens the quality of life in that neighborhood. So those are the reasons why I think it's important that we support the neighborhood, we support the reasonable expectations of the residents in the neighborhood, that we listen hard to the councillor from that ward. So I'm not either in favor of this development. Thank you, Madam Masters.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, this Southeast Neighborhood Plan's been put into effect for about 16 years. I was just wondering if you can comment how we've been achieving the density in that area. Are we up to our density goals, or are we trying to play catch up in this regard?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So overall, the density in this area, I'm just going to pull up a document here, for this area, and we're getting the refined numbers for Councillor Bisciani. As she said, she's looking for that exact number. When the concept plan was approved, I believe it was 58.6 people per hectare. But as Councillor Bisciani said, there's been changes, and to get the accurate data, we need the census data to give accurate numbers. So we are looking at this. We're not saying approve this to hit a density number. That's not what the recommendation is. It's based on the zoning and the evaluation of the zoning. The OCP says we have a target of a minimum of 50 persons per hectare. And so we look at that over the life cycle of a whole concept plan or neighborhood plan. So that's meaning some areas will have single family, which is low density, and then we'll have other areas that are higher density, but over the whole area, it'll average out to a minimum of 50 persons per hectare. So in some cases, you'll see very, very high densities where you have large apartment buildings and et cetera. So I just want to be clear that we weren't recommending this development to hit a density target. We were basing our recommendations off the zoning of the parcel. In 2008, there was a different concept plan on this site, which actually had it as mixed use, which was high density, could have had high density with mixed use commercial. That changed, to Councillor Bisciani's point, in 2016 to the R5 zoning. So originally when the concept plan was put in 2008, it did show a high density, but over the years it changed. Then when the zoning bylaw came into effect, it changed again.
Okay. Just to affirm my understanding, so you're estimating that currently in that Southeast Neighborhood Plan, the estimate is we're at about 58 people per hectare, and our goal is 50, if that's correct.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the approved concept plan had an average of 58.6. That was based on a population of approximately 9,700. So when neighborhood plans come in and concept plans, we'll often estimate the population projections. So if you look on your OCP documents for the new growth areas, it'll have a projected target of what the population is going to be, and that'll determine your density targets. But to Councillor Bisciani's point, that's a high level. It's like 60,000. And then when you get down to like developments like this, that changes depending on the actual development that takes place on the site.
Okay. I guess I'm just going to explain my thought pattern here just for some clarity if you can provide it. Overall, I believe in the information I've received both from administration and from researching myself on the ideas of sprawl and the effect of trying to maintain and pay for sprawl as you go out with it. Knowing this plan is 16 years old, I know it's been quite well developed. I know that the opportunities to increase density go down over time as we fill up more and more land. I imagine that it was easier to sell single-family homes than it was high-density homes over the last 16 years. So as we close down to less and less land available to catch up on a density if there is a problem, I just want to make sure that if we're on track, that we're not forcing density on something that's highly unpopular in the neighborhood we're looking at. I don't want to cause problems for a neighborhood, especially when it's been so well voiced, but I don't want to cause decades and many years to come problem with sprawl if we don't correct what we've learned in the past. So what I'm asking is, are we on, it sounds like we're on track in the southeast corner for our density and we're not in a need to increase at the last stages of development. We don't have to increase density because we have oversold low density in the area. Everything's on target for what you planned out from 16 years ago, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters. That's correct. It's finding that balance. So in this case, this development, had it come in at 11 meters, it was a permitted use. So it would have had less units, but it still would have been a multi-unit development, and, which would have helped to hit the overall. This isn't being looked at, this site isn't being looked at to be reduced to single-family dwellings. That's where you have the bigger shifts in your density requirements. I think that's why Councillor Stevens was asking the question on a previous application on how does this impact the overall plans for the area and the density targets overall.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. I can't support this with the information I received both from Planning Commission as well as the comments made by the councillor. That's my 2 bits. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor LeBlanc.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I heard the property owner to say that 28 of the returned responses said they were opposed because they don't want renters in this location. Can you confirm whether that's accurate?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Sleva to go through the details of the comments that he received on the application.
Mr. Sleva?
Through the mayor, yes, those numbers are roughly accurate. The breakdown I have in front of me was 31% of respondents were concerned about parking, 56% of respondents were concerned about height, 68% were concerned about density, 79% were concerned about the presence of multifamily at the location, and 21% were concerned about the capacity of the nearby school system. And those are effectively the broad categories that came down. We did receive numerous complaints about the presence of renters and the belief that, from respondents that they didn't want renters at that location.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a comment. So I will be supporting the negative recommendation from Planning Commission, largely based on Councillor Bresciani's position on it. I think from a high level, those closest to the issue should, unless there's a good reason, be quite persuasive in the way the rest of us vote. So I'm happy to vote that way today, and I trust my colleague that she has the feel of the neighborhood. I want to suggest that for myself, and I think for the majority of us, opposing development based on a distaste for renters is itself distasteful and should not play into our decision making. So I think we need to be quite clear as we move through this and some of the other applications we see, the cookhouse in previous weeks and so on, that we're not applying a sort of NIMBYism or giving too much weight to that. That's the first I'd like to say. The second is with respect to parking. So I had heard a few of the residents who were concerned about the proposal saying the 1 parking spot per unit that we have in the zoning bylaw is inadequate. it really ought to be 1.5 per unit. I think that sort of sideways or backdoor attack on our bylaws also shouldn't carry weight. So if we as council think it ought to be 1.5, I think we should say that in our zoning bylaw. I think it shouldn't carry much weight for us to say, for someone to come and say, I disagree with the zoning bylaw, it ought to be 1.5, and you shouldn't go ahead because of it. I think on the parking front, it's quite clear the proposal goes beyond what we're requiring of people. So I think those two, the I don't want renters and the parking is too low. I don't think that should factor in, and I think we just need to be aware of that as we go forward. I think there are other legitimate reasons to vote against this proposal. Those were best articulated by Councillor Bresciani, so I'll vote with her and in favor of the negative recommendation on this. Thanks.
Councillor Hawkins is deputy mayor, and so for this I shall go through him. I just have one question. As it relates to discretionary use, relative to height that we're looking at, why does it exist for this zoning? Why is this a discretionary use for this zoning? Because I've heard it's about shadow. Is that the only reason that discretionary use in this case is applicable?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So every zone has minimums and maximum heights, and then they'll set out what's permitted and what's discretionary. So for this specific zone, for this type of use, as I indicated, 11 meters, up to 11 meters is permitted by right. As soon as you go over the 11 meters, because it could be near houses and other things that need to be taken into consideration, it becomes, for height, it becomes discretionary over 20 meters. And so that's why it went there. When the zoning bylaw was done, we combined actually the R5 zoning and the R6 zoning of the old bylaw to make it simple, and there was slight differences, and so those were the cutoffs based on the merging of those. It comes out of actually an issue that came out of Councillor Findura's ward on Heseltine, I believe it was, where there was some buildings built close together, some townhouses, and then the setbacks were too high close to this building, and council had concerns that larger buildings to lower buildings would cause issues. So it kind of came out of that discussion with council to get us to this 11 meters as a standard height for a house, therefore in new neighborhoods, and that anything over that would have to be discretionary. Sorry, that was long-winded.
It's good. No, just to clarify, it's about height and it's not about density. It's not about adding another floor, increasing the density.
That's right. That's what I was indicating. It was not about the density, like trying to get more units. It's what was, when we looked and evaluated it, apartments such as this are allowed. And as I indicated, it becomes discretionary after 11 meters, and it actually, the maximum height is 20 meters, would be the maximum height.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions. Councillor Findura, did you want to close out debate?
Yes, Mayor Masters. Great debate. This is very interesting and challenging issue. It seems like, so for me, at the point where comments were made about we need to listen to our residents, and I think that's been loud and clear, even at the Planning Commission, where the message that came about something changed, but yet they might have received some information, but the knowledge of what it wasn't there. It wasn't understood. And then conversation, I don't recall ever, or actually really hearing that we don't want, I mean, we don't want renters. The discussion was about the height and what's going in this. So the density is there already. Like Ms. Howard mentioned about the other area where condos or apartments are built. So for me, Mayor Masters, you need to, I know that they've passed a lot of things that are in this thing that they are adhering to, but there are two things: the height, and again, it's the community consultation. That's what I'm going to be sticking on. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just remind members that a vote to deny requires a yes vote and no if you're wanting to proceed. Councillor Fundura, please.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
It carries 10-1. Mayor?
Thank you. We have communication CR 21-31. We have communication on the next item from Ken and Lisa McMurtry. Can I have someone to move to receive and file CP 21-6? I have Councillor Bresciani. I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Zagidniak. All those opposed? Seeing none, carried. We will now consider item CR 21-31, 1565 Winnipeg Street, discretionary use application. Councillor Fundura, would you please introduce the report?
Okay. Just gonna get that one. There we go. Thank you, Mayor Masters. I move CR 21-31, which is 1565 Winnipeg Street, which is a discretionary use application, that the City Council approve the discretionary use application for a proposed drive-through accessory on a portion of 1565 Winnipeg Street. Masters, can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Shaw, thank you. Mayor Master, Mr. Ken McMurtry, representing ABA Coffee Holdings, addressed the Commission. The questions were posed to the traffic flow, right-of-way, right in, right out, use of an alley, the size of the alley, and the questions from the Planning Commission too was posed to, is this parking lot going to be paved? Planning Commission debated this. There were some questions asked. They answered that yes, possibly be, well, I think as far as I can remember in my notes here, that it says yes, they will pave it. And then right in, right out are going to be one in, one right in, one right out, way off of Winnipeg Street, and one off of alley on Dudney. And the concerns were about traffic going across from leaving, let's say, the alley going north, going across the traffic going west. But that was discussed that there were some controls there, but not in to a point where the road will be blocked. So planning, the applicant proposes to develop a drive-through access coffee shop that will provide service by walk-up window and drive-through only. There will be no customer access or seating inside the place. So administration recommends approval. Planning Commission had a vote 9-1. So the Commission adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendation contained in this report. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Stevens?
Thank you, through the chair. You know, my only regret about this meeting is we haven't talked about parking enough. I'm so pleased that this one's just loaded with it. I am fascinated by one element of this report, and that is the environmental assessment. And I think this assessment is actually long overdue because it references renewable Regina, greenhouse gas emissions, and the prospects of an anti-idling law, which all dovetails beautifully into this proposal. And if it was appropriate, I'd probably move an amendment that would see administration develop such a bylaw. Maybe I'll bring it forward, but I think it needs to be considered, and future reports need to take seriously Council's commitment to Renewable Regina as an initiative. And this is really the first time I've seen it bolted in very clearly. One of the proposals, or part of this proposal, is that there is a walkable option. This area doesn't seem to be the most walkable friendly area. So can you comment on the community, the surrounding community? Is there a neighborhood nearby? Is this a known high traffic walkable area? Or is this really just going to be a place where people drive through?
Through you, Mayor Masters, there's a number. I wouldn't say it's not a residential neighborhood by any means. There is a number of businesses though within this vicinity that the workers, etc., could walk to. There's a car wash just south of this, and Battery Depot across the street. So it's more of that local walking, I would say. It is a major route, Winnipeg Street, so we do anticipate that there'll be traffic. Probably stopping at this place, going to their other daily activities. But the idea is that it would just be that, a drive-through restaurant or drive-through coffee shop for that use.
Thank you. Love the coffee shop, but I couldn't think of a more, or least people-focused and friendly establishment. So as much as I love the business, I don't think I can support a location or a business model that's premised on cars only when it comes to consumption. So as much as I do like this, the company itself, I think the environmental assessment here needs to be taken seriously, and it's provided me some guidance on how I'll vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I voted against this proposal at the Planning Commission for the reasons articulated already by Councillor Stevens. I do want to say that I do appreciate the new environmental impacts, more comprehensive portion of the report. I think that's an excellent initiative from administration. And I was disappointed we have a submission received from the applicants, and an attempt to address the environmental concern, which is that car manufacturers will mitigate environmental concerns over time. We don't have the luxury of waiting for someday in the future where there may be mitigation of environmental concerns through technology. We need to act now. And it is the case that I'm supportive of a local coffee shop, and I'm supportive of other ways that they have implemented environmentally friendly components of this particular development. But we do need to act on our commitment to be a 100% renewable city, and we have to start sometime. And I think the time, we're past the point of when we should have started. So I cannot support this development, this application, and I hope that in the future that these environmental concerns and these environmental impacts are taken more seriously by applicants when they wish to plan developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment, Councillor Findura, did you want to close this out? Apologies, Councillor Brasciani. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to speak to this just a little bit about, we've talked many times about how we want to encourage business in our community. We don't want to get in the way of business. We want to make sure that we've got planned neighborhoods. And I don't think a business would go into an area where they didn't think that they could survive or make money. In regards to the environmental piece, we've got a long way to go, and I agree that we've got some work to do in that area. But I think we have to be very, very careful how we start striking down business because they're going to be causing emissions because of a drive-through. I have real concerns with that because guess what? We've got roadways, speedways, we've got the bypass, the bring, like we've got major streets that we still are a car city. And the minute this council gets in the way of stopping business and saying, hey, and especially now with COVID, I'm going to tell you that there's been a lot more people wanting drive-throughs. They see the convenience of those. This is not a residential area. I think they see the value in that. So I think just a caution. That's all I'm saying. I agree with the renewable and the environmental piece. All I'm just saying is I think we have to be very, very careful that we do not stand in the way of business because of the environmental piece of trying to reduce emissions to stop business too. So I think there's a balance there, but I will be supporting this because again, this is going to be also jobs in our community, and this is a business that's also built businesses in our city, within our city as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a tough call. I agree with what Councillor Stevens and Councillor Zakidniak have said, and I am concerned that we are going to have to start somewhere with the Renewable 2050 City if we're going to have any credibility. In this case, I'm glad to see the emphasis in this debate on the environment, and I'm especially glad to see that the business in question has taken this seriously and made an effort, an environmental effort. And for that reason, almost as a reward, I feel like I have to support this. But I want to say one other thing. Councillor Stevens made an important point about an idling bylaw. And this is an opportunity to drive that point home. And I'd like to ask the administration if they would take an undertaking to start work on an idling bylaw and get it before council as quickly as possible. There is a unit in the administration that is responsible for Regina 2050, I believe headed up through Ms. Harlock and Ms. Tink. And I'd like to ask the administration if they are prepared to undertake to start drafting an anti-idling bylaw and get it to council as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'm going to have Louise Folk respond to that. I believe this will fit into the energy and sustainability framework.
Right.
Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you for the question, Councillor Hawkins. So our team has been doing much research around idling. And of course, as you know, the federal government is currently working very hard at working towards the transition to zero emission vehicles across the country. And they've got a number of efforts under the way, including mandating the transition to net zero vehicles. So there are a range of pieces of work that we're looking at right now, all the way from engaging in a public education campaign up to moving forward with a bylaw. And of course, an important part of that is ensuring that all of us are taking the appropriate action so we can endeavor to put something in front of you over the coming months.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, can you give us some indication of how long the coming months would be? Would it be the end of Q3, something like that?
Absolutely, end of Q3, and we can look at the council agenda and determine when we can bring that forward in a timely manner. We can provide a general information report in terms of efforts with the federal government, what the options are from public education all the way to bylaw, and we can endeavor to do that possibly Q2 and through the Operations and Community Services Committee.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I appreciate that undertaking. Of course, the federal government may be slowed up possibly by a federal election, who knows. So I appreciate this undertaking and that we can move forward. So on the strength of that undertaking, I'm going to support this recommendation. but I'm only able to support it because I see us taking action on the anti-idling front. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the points that have been made so far. My question is more to do with the left turns in and out of this parking lot. I note there's no medians on the road, and I think to similar circumstances such as Albert Street and First Avenue North with food and beverage services and people with drive-throughs trying to cross solid yellow lines turning left, especially in rush hour. Are there going to be any steps to mitigate this type of a problem, especially on such a busy corner?
Ms. Howard?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might ask Mr. Zazada to talk about the traffic impact analysis and your specific concern about left-hand turn movements out of the site.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. In terms of the traffic impact analysis, the site has a current access off of Winnipeg Street. As per the traffic bylaw, no vehicle shall cross a double solid yellow center line on a public highway, and that's what we have on Winnipeg Street. So technically, a left-hand turn in or out of the site would be illegal. Should there be issues encountered with that, there's the possibility of installing a median. However, there are some takeaway or trade-offs with that. That might mean narrowing the lanes a little bit, or perhaps affecting some of the turning movements away from Dooney Avenue for some of the larger vehicles. For Dooney Avenue, there is no double left turn lane. It's a single left turn lane, so left turns in and out of the parcel are perfectly legal. We don't anticipate that being as big of a concern because ultimately it's already legally allowed. Vehicles turning from the alley onto Dooney, doing that left turn, may encounter some delays, but they also have other options to leave the site, such as possibly turning right or going down the alley and accessing 9th Avenue.
Thank you for that. After this change is made, what type of follow-up will be done for traffic flows and how this has affected it? Will there be a chance to go back and look and see if mitigation efforts are needed?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. Zazada.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. We would be monitoring the that intersection as in terms of receiving service requests, and we also our operations department monitors accident information and data collection that way. So if problems are perceived through those means, then we would take action.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Shaw.
Just to add my 2 cents to this, through you, Madam Mayor, the idling is not going to be that people are going in to have a meal. It's going to be to go grab a coffee and come back. The idling is only going to happen when it's -40, not when it's +30, I can guarantee you. And also, when I asked them at the planning meeting, they're going to start putting shovels in the ground by June. This is, and they're not joking, this is going to happen. It's great for our economy. We need this. I cannot support denying this for an idling issue in the environment. We're not asking, like I said, we're not asking for vehicles to be running for an hour. We're asking for vehicles to just run while they run in to grab a coffee when it's -40. They've got 2-3 coffee shops. They're local people. They support local people. I'm all in favor of this, and I'm very upset that anybody can deny this for these people. Thank you.
Councillor Fundura, would you like to close it out now?
Just quickly, thank you, Mayor Masters. Yeah, I too am in favor of this. We did this, talking about the right in, right out. I can see the picture, how that's going to happen. I do believe that environment is important. I know that, that's for the fact. But I don't believe that we can, at this minute, at the last 11th and a quarter or half hour, to say no to something that's because we're talking about future. It is in your future. It is a local group. The individuals here, the owners that live here, they've got several other businesses here to support our economy. But at the same time, too, is we are getting more and more electric vehicles. And I believe, asking the mechanic over there, is that there are vehicles right now that when I stop, it actually shuts the engine off. So there are technology there already. So how fast is that going to be here? Maybe faster than we think. So that's a good thing. But I think by denying this business to come in, if it's written, bylaws come, the processes and procedures how we do going forward with some development, I can see support that everyone will know what they're getting into by applying for certain things. So I am in favor of supporting this. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Fundura, please.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 7-4, Mayor.
I would like to call upon, one moment. I'd like to call upon Delegation Kevin Lucier, ATU Local 588. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, sir.
Sorry about that.
Good afternoon.
Kevin Lucier, President of the Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 588, and I represent the transit workers of the City of Regina. I'm here to speak on the Investing in Canada Infrastructure COVID-19 Resiliency Stream, specifically on the addition of permanent bus operator shields. In the past year alone, we've had at least 4 incidences that shields would have prevented, including a sexual assault. We wish to thank administration for finding the funding to help make this a reality and hope that the union will be engaged on ensuring that these are installed appropriately with the end user, our membership, in mind. Not only will these barriers provide long-needed physical safety for our membership and your transit operators, but it will go a long way in ensuring psychological safety is improved, just knowing the barriers are there to ensure their safety and help protect them. The impact of suffering an assault while working has a profound effect on the employee, their families, and our community. This would be a huge step forward in eliminating a large risk that we face each and every day as operators. I can't stress enough what this decision and your support means to our membership. Thank you again for allowing me to speak, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Now, you just said that there was four incidences in the last year that this could have prevented. Can you go into a little bit of detail as to what happened?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Yes. We've had one back August of last year where an operator was pulled from the seat and a passenger pulled the barrier down and made a threatening gesture at the operator. Back in March, we had a verbal and a physical assault with the supervisor also on scene. Last February, that was just recently. We had an operator punched in the face and a couple of broken teeth as a result. And August of last year, we suffered a sexual assault.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions from council, sir, I would thank you for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
We will now consider item CR 21-39, City of Regina Projects, Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, COVID-19 Resiliency Stream. Councillor Hawkins, can I ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I move the recommendation from Executive Committee to City Council as follows. 1, approve the application to the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program for bus operator, driver shields, and self-securement mobility stations for a total funding of $2.571 million. 2, approve the allocation of $686,000 from the Asset Revitalization Reserve to fund the 26.7% of the city's contribution to the funding. And 3, authorize the city clerk to execute all agreements with the government of Saskatchewan and Canada upon review and approval of the city solicitor. Madam Mayor, this is happy for a number of reasons, but one thing I want to say right at the beginning is to Kevin Lucier, to the members of the transit union, to the drivers, to all those who work in our city transit system. They've done great job over the last year, putting themselves out there during pandemic times to ensure that the city has fantastic public transit. And I am so happy that we can adopt this measure at this time as a way of saying thank you to them, and as was made clear, increasing their security. The second thing is I want to mention is that we are in a good financial position to leverage these federal dollars from the Canada Infrastructure Program. We are in a good financial position because we take care of our reserves, because we're careful. The senior administration of the city is careful in advising us on preserving those reserves. And here we see that we are able to take advantage to very good projects for those reserves. And finally, Madam Mayor, you'll know that the Executive Committee was enthusiastic about this. Both the driver shields and the self-securement mobility stations, which will make our buses more friendly for those who have disability challenges. For all of those reasons, I think that we should approve this, and I recommend it highly to City Council.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I would challenge anyone to top that recommendation. Well done. It wasn't a hint. Seeing no further, I apologize. Did we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Seeing no question, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Hello.
I would like to call upon Delegation Jackie Schmidt from Heritage Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Council may have from you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Ms. Schmidt. Please proceed.
My name is Jackie Schmidt. I'm with Heritage Regina, and Madam Masters and members of City Council. Heritage Regina's recommendation to continue with the original August 26 directive to create a detailed plan for a control zone to protect heritage properties and heritage neighborhoods with heritage stakeholders and input via community engagement. Our recommendation, however, requires for an adjustment to the current schedule established by administration for completing community plans. We feel that the Cathedral, Crescents, Lakeview, Transitions, and Heritage Neighborhood plans should be the first to be completed and be made a priority within the current schedule. Considering that the Heritage Policy is about to be supplemented with several new or enhanced initiatives related to incentives and maintenance, it seems prudent to ensure that the neighborhoods that stand to be the most impacted by this enhanced Heritage Policy have their plans in place as soon as possible. Prioritizing these neighborhoods would allow Council an opportunity to direct administration to include heritage as part of the planning process and introduce regulatory measures to support it. Identification and preservation of particular architectural themes and styles, addressing form and massing, height, setbacks, etc., and preventing specific features and styles not compliant to the character and intent of the neighborhood are essential requirements to ensure the preservation of heritage neighborhoods. Maintaining original buildings for their heritage value and preventing demolition with the realization that some demolition is okay if certain architectural objectives are respected in new buildings, support land use and built forms, diversity while ensuring overall compatibility. Aside from the municipal heritage property designations, Heritage Regina does not feel that any one of the remaining options presented will be comprehensive enough to preserve our built heritage. Therefore, we recommend two options used simultaneously to achieve this end. A heritage conservation district to protect the existing heritage properties within a neighborhood and a direct control zone to guide the infill within a heritage neighborhood, which could direct materials, color, form, massing, and also apply to rehabilitation and repair when applicable. Utilizing these two options for neighborhoods would create a comprehensive tool that allows flexibility and control. A heritage conservation district would allow protections for heritage not yet assessed for designation and provide protection for grade 2 assessed properties that are not eligible for full designation. This would help to address a concern with the current heritage policy as to the fate of those properties considered significant for their neighborhood, grade 2, but only considered for designation if the property owner wants to pursue it. Combining a heritage conservation district and a direct control zone could supplement or replace the current residential infill development overlay zone for heritage neighborhoods. The direct control zone provides enhanced controls to ensure that new development fits within the character defining elements of a neighborhood while allowing for a neighborhood to be renewed. This option addresses concerns by citizens that demolition and new builds in our heritage neighborhood will not change the landscape such that we can no longer recognize those neighborhoods as the oldest in our city. In addition, these control zones could be highly incentivized through the planned enhancements to the heritage inventory policy. The goal is to create a healthy heritage policy that builds in a mechanism to maintain the policy by adding and removing properties on a continual basis and expands to additional neighborhoods as the city ages. The policy must be developed with stakeholder involvement, include incentives for owners, plans for continual enforcement, and the provision to recognize sites when demolition is necessary, but the desire to retain the history of the location exists. Furthermore, a mechanism whereby changes of ownership of designated properties or properties within a heritage conservation district or a direct control zone trigger the city administration to notify the new owner of the heritage policy, including options to pursue designation and the incentives program. These components are essential to the success and longevity of the policy. Much work is underway by the city administration to this end, but a heritage conservation district combined with a direct control zone would complete this policy and meet many of the objectives of the official community plan and the cultural plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Questions for the delegation? I have one. Through you, Deputy Mayor. You presenting based on this report, Ms. Schmidt. Your concern with the report as it's written is what?
Through you, Madam Mayor, my concern is that the report was not a detailed plan that was set out with the motion of the August 26th directive. There is no detailed plan in this on how we would do this, what the plans are, what different control zones, architectural control zones, and how we implement that, what the stakeholder involvement is within this plan or in this policy, and how that's going to roll out.
So just to clarify, we had a motion, the previous council had a motion August 26, 2020, that provide a report to council in Q1 2021 with a detailed plan to protect the historical and architectural value. Okay. What's that? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt, for your presentation this afternoon. I'll ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'm going to open this up. Could you please address that concern that the motion clearly says that would be a detailed plan, and then the report that came forward with the lack of a detailed plan? Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So there was actually a couple things that happened with this motion, and it came out of RPC, and then we had a meeting with the councillor at the time, Councillor Young, and the decision was to bring the report forward about the different tools that were offered with respect to protection that are afforded to council. Through our neighborhood planning process, the heritage, architectural controls is one of the key things that we look at when we're going into neighborhoods to ask the neighborhood what areas do they want to protect. And so it's through the neighborhood planning process that we are planning on doing that. We have indicated in the past that if areas want to be very specific about the Crescents or Lakeview or other areas in the city, those are things that we would need direction from council with respect to for us to do that, because it will take other resources away from the neighborhood planning process. So what we're bringing forward is the tools that are available, and if council wishes to change the neighborhood planning sequencing in order for us to go ahead and change the work plan to work with these areas, administration is more than happy to do that.
Thank you. Now I'll follow proper process. We'll consider CR 2143 options for regulating heritage and architectural design. Councillor Fendora, can you introduce the report?
You second that? Mayor Masters, I introduce CR 2143, options for regulating heritage and architectural design. Administration brought this report for information. This is a receive and file. Can I get a seconder? So, Councillor Stevens. Okay. The intent of this report is to, Ms. Howard already mentioned a few things. Intent of this report is to respond to the above noted direction by providing an overview of regulatory and process options that can inform initiatives to explore the potential for heritage and architectural design regulations at a community level. There was a unanimous vote on this at the Planning Commission. This was discussed at about 9:25 p.m., so we were tired. It was a long night. And so the Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you, Mayor Master.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, listening to the delegation, and especially with the knowledge held by the delegation, they mentioned a couple times enhanced incentives coming forward. I was wondering if administration could comment on any enhancements to current heritage incentives.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So administration is in the process of reviewing our policy, and we'll be bringing a report forward to council in Q3 of this year. The part of the review will be looking at incentives and the incentive program that we currently have in place, and whether or not it's sufficient enough to meet the needs to protect the heritage assets that we have. Administration is bringing forward a report with respect to heritage and some interim measures, as the applicant had indicated, for maintenance and things like that, that we feel are important to bring forward in advance of the full review.
Thank you. So I have a, I don't know if I want to call it a feeling, I don't have a true understanding of this, and I guess I have to clarify that through the chair. When I look at the former heritage holding list and the amount of heritage matters I've dealt with, and I start to think of expanded incentives to protect heritage, it brings me back to the almighty tax dollar. and especially for Ward 9 residents, who I don't believe we have any heritage properties in Ward 9, to enhance incentives comes, I believe, mainly through the tax base, without limiting or paring down houses on the heritage holding list or what we have in our inventory. How close are we to being flush with enough money to provide the incentives at the current rate, let alone an enhanced rate in the future? Just for a feeling of what's going on here. I'm very confused by heritage and how we would ever fund everything that goes on here.
Through you, Mayor Masters, over the years we've seen an uptake in the heritage incentive programs and have seen more properties come on to being designated. We have a number of properties within the heritage inventory list that we have to assess, and it'll be assessed based on our grading system unless that's changed based on our evaluation of the policy. So I couldn't give you an exact, I might ask maybe perhaps if Ms. Hill has the exact number of the tax incentives that we've given out to date, but we haven't, I don't believe, done a projection on if all of those properties went on the list, because it depends on the value of the incentive is based on what they're doing to their property and the enhancements that they're doing to protect the heritage value. So it's hard to do an estimate because it's on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. Do we ever stop to think on how much we might have to fund to how much we have to promise, set a budget amount, and then look at the importance of the properties we're protecting to try to meet a budgetary number so we know what we're spending on heritage? Is that one of the instruments, one of the thoughts we're trying to go through?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So there will be some analysis done with respect to the amount of funding, whether it be the tax or the capital grant. The capital grant came up a few times because capital grants for heritage properties are grants that we offer to already existing, to heritage properties that don't pay taxes. And so that'll be part of our analysis, and we'll bring that forward to council.
Thank you. So over the years, I've learned that a discretionary permit is a cost recovery system that costs about $3,500, I believe, to bring forward. Thinking of all the hours spent discussing two houses in my first term and a little bit on council, do we ever account for in our heritage budgeting how much administration time one-offs can cost us in protecting heritage in our city? And do we ever bring that forward so people are realizing what we're actually investing without actually investing to date? Is that something ever discussed?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So not in those details. I think as we move forward with the program, there is going to be questions that'll be coming to council with respect to resources that are being allocated to the heritage portfolio. And depending on the policy decisions that council makes, it will affect the resourcing and the economics behind the program.
Okay, just a comment. It's my perception that the residents of Ward 9 have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on heritage without preserving a brick in the last few years between what's gone on, trying to figure out what to do with heritage. So the quicker we can come to some type of a conclusion and thoughts on solidifying this, I think the better we all are. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to build on your question, actually. A request was made by council for a detailed report, and it was explained that we couldn't get a detailed report. I'm concerned about the timelines here. The delegation made a suggestion about a heritage conservation district and about a direct control district. Those are suggestions that would be considered by a detailed report. And there was also a suggestion that perhaps the neighborhood plan for the cathedral area be advanced up so that we're not looking at trying to protect heritage years from now. I think it's 24, 25. We can deal with it more quickly. Because I'm worried about the timeline and because the kind of detailed suggestion that the delegation has made hasn't been addressed, I would like to move, after all the councillors have had a chance who wish to speak, a referral motion to refer this back to the administration to consider moving up Cathedral, neighborhood plan, moving up and developing or reviewing a consideration of the Heritage Conservation District and the direct control district suggestion. There is going to be a report come in Q3, and if this referral motion passes, and if the administration indicates it's possible, I would like to see these three issues, as well as others, but these three issues addressed in the report that's going to come back on Q3. What I don't want to see is this report just left as a receive and file, because the timelines are just too long on it to be comfortable. So through you, Madam Mayor, if it's possible, I would like to move a referral motion, but as is the custom in council, only after everybody who wishes to speak is able to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I believe Councillor Zakidniak would like to address something as well, so I'll come back to you once she's had a chance to speak, and we'll see where it shakes down, if that's all right.
Thank you.
Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Interestingly enough, I have my own motion. So we have dueling motions to consider. So I don't, I know Councillor Hawkins plans to move a referral motion. Mine is moving option 2, and Amber has the motion, my proposal ready. So I don't know what we do here. Councillor Hawkins was first. I wonder if he'd be willing to see what I'm proposing and see if he wants to still move his motion or if he's okay with mine. Oh, to my motion? Should I go ahead and introduce it? Okay. So, Amber, then can you display it? Okay. So I would like to move option 2 be approved to direct administration to review opportunities to regulate heritage and or architectural design pertaining to areas of the city that focuses on the Lakeview and Cathedral neighborhoods, and that the engagement process occur in consultation with stakeholders and the community, and that the Lakeview and Cathedral neighborhood associations be encouraged to take a leadership role in this process. I can speak to it why now. I don't wish to alter the current neighborhood plan schedule. This is public knowledge when neighborhoods are supposed to have their community plans either for the first time or revisited, and I am sure that anybody in these neighborhoods would not be pleased to see their neighborhood plan revisited. Like they wouldn't want to be bumped further down the list. I can't see those neighborhoods, whoever is impacted, which I guess would be all of them to an extent, being in support of that. Nor do I think it makes sense to wait many years to do this through the current schedule. So that leaves us with tackling these issues separately. And this motion comes forward after consultation with Heritage Regina and City Administration, and I believe incorporates concerns raised by both. To address administration's concerns, these community associations would be encouraged to take a leadership role in this process so as not to overburden administration.
Thank you. First point of order. I would have to have Councillor Stevens and Councillor Findura withdraw their receive and file motion. Oh, do you want me to turn that on?
No. I make that move. Yes.
You'll remove?
Remove the receive and file.
Councillor Stevens will remove? Councillor Hawkins, normally a referral motion would go straight to vote, but you did open it up for conversation. So I'm interested in how you'd like to proceed on your referral motion.
Thank you very much. I'm happy with I'm satisfied with the motion that Councillor Zakidniak has put on the floor. I think it accomplishes much of the same thing that I was trying to accomplish. And if, as she's indicated, she's talked to the administration about this, and to Heritage Regina about this, it's a more elegant solution than mine. So I'm happy to support her motion.
And I take that to mean you would happily second the motion?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. We have a new motion before us. Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, I'll support this for two reasons. One, I have a vested interest in seeing it proceed in Cathedral, obviously, but also, and most importantly, to address Councillor Mancinelli's point. The bulk of the contentious issues come from Lakeview and Cathedral. A lot of problems would be mitigated. That's a chief concern amongst some is what is the proposed new build. The Bagshaw residence is an example. I think this will address some of your concerns. Also, this is not derailing existing neighborhood planning processes which need to take place in due course. So I think this is a bit of a balance of all these interests.
Thank you. Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship. So as I indicated, administration has no problem undertaking this work, but it will put the neighborhood planning process back. We do not have enough resources to continue with the neighborhood program and do this. This is a major engagement with two different communities, which means we will either have to stall out Hillsdale, which is just starting, in order to do these plans, or we will need budget monies to hire consultants to do this specific work and another resource to project manage a consultant. The neighborhood program was set up with only internal resources and very little budget monies in order to save time and resources. So it does, we're happy to do it. We just need everybody to know that it does impact the timing.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify what you said. It would stall out the Hillsdale review, not the El Ritchie.
That's correct. The El Ritchie is underway. We're just starting the Hillsdale plan, and the next plan is Whitmore Park. So as I said, if it is about internal resources, then we would need to get some budget monies. And again, we'd have to hire a project manager for this. And Ms. Folk's area will be highly impacted because of the communications and the engagement that has to be undertaken for this. So what I may suggest is we can bring back perhaps another report that can outline what that would take, the resources, and the budget monies that would be required. That was part of the reason the report, because there is different options with respect to how we undertake all this. Alternatively, as I indicated to Councillor Zakiniak before too, and it's in her motion about having that, is we have always told the community associations that if they want to lead that process with their community, that's something that they can do internally to come to come back to the city saying, this is the area we want to protect. These are the architectural guidelines, all of those sorts of things, because it is a very large and intensive conversation about boundaries and notifications and all those things. So it is a very intensive process.
Thank you for your comments. Before anyone takes them up on their offer for an undertaking, I'll let Cheryl, Councillor Stadnicek speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no timeline attached to this, so I am concerned about the delay with the Hillsdale Community Neighborhood Plan. I know that tomorrow evening there's plans, they're going to be discussing this again, and so I don't know if it's possible to, this motion does not have a timeline, so I don't know if it's possible to continue with the Hillsdale Community Neighborhood Plan and then take action on this motion, but I just would like to speak in support of continuing with the Hillsdale Community Plan. The neighborhood, the association is really quite invested in it. They've had several meetings already with Jeremy Fenton, so those are my comments.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you, through the chair. In choosing which neighborhoods to address first, why was Hillsdale picked ahead of Lakeview and Cathedral? Did they have more occurrences of infill housing, more problems to deal with previous to this point?
That's right. We brought a report forward to council outlining how the sequencing, and it was looked at with how much infill, whether or not they had a plan in place, and how old, if they did have a plan, et cetera, and the pressures on the different neighborhoods. And El Richie and Hillsdale and Whitmore Park were all areas that were in the greatest need based on the scale evaluation tool that was used to evaluate it. So the sequencing is online under neighborhood planning processes. So again, we know there's 31 plans that we have to do, and we know the importance of them, and that's why through that process, this is part of that. But I do recognize the concerns with Lakeview and Cathedral, or pardon me, well, the Crescents in Cathedral, and that's why the option is you can break it out. And my suggestion would be we know Hillsdale is very on board with our planning process. We've been very invested with them. We've been working with Councillor LeBlanc to try and finalize the El Richie. So what I would suggest is that if this is approved, maybe the third would be that we bring back a report to just outline what it will take to keep doing the Hillsdale, and what it will do in order to do these two, what we would need to do to achieve both of those things. But currently, with our current resource capacity, we don't have capacity.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I guess just my comments. I can't support this for the comments mentioned by administration. In a normal year, outside of the pandemic, I would support the taxation method to try to catch this up, because I think that there's a lot of wasted taxation dollars going through the process I've witnessed, by far more than the modest increase it would be for the consultant. But due to the pandemic and the work put in by administration on the current budget and the pressure felt by citizens, I can't even try to advocate for a small tax increase to get this done, just because of the pressures this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm maybe looking for clarification from the mover to begin. So point 1 begins with that option 2 be approved and so on. I'm just wondering what that option 2 is referring to.
From within the report, I'll let Ms. Howrluck speak to it.
Sure.
So through you, it did say direct administration to review the opportunities to regulate heritage and or architectural design pertaining to areas of the city as specified by City Council outside of the neighborhood planning process. So I think Councillor Zakiniak bringing forward number 2 is the issue. I do apologize. We should have indicated in there, if that's chosen, there's resourcing issues in order to make sure we can proceed with that.
Thank you. Okay. The second, I'd just like to make a comment and then I suppose propose a friendly amendment to the amendment, if that's agreeable. So I have worked with Ms. Howrluck and her team a little bit on the neighborhood plan for El Richie, which is first. And from my perspective, it's a lot of work and a lot of work that administration has done. So working from memory, they began consulting with El Richie in 2019. Essentially interrupted by the pandemic, resuming, I would suspect, hundreds or certainly dozens of hours of senior planners' work into it. So I think, I don't doubt Ms. Howrluck saying they don't have the capacity to do that, continuing in Hillsdale and doing this. I think she's right about that, and I take her on her word on that. The other cautionary note I'd make, without going too far into it, is that disruptions in the process of planning once it's began can have reputational harm for the city in interacting with these neighborhoods. So I don't know what that would mean in Councillor Stadnichuk's ward, but I think there are risks associated with putting a halt on an existing process. So given those things, what I would recommend, if Councillor Zahidniak would agree, is that a third point be raised in this, which is that we direct administration to return on X date. I would suggest April 14th if that's feasible. It may not be. Outlining the options for pursuing points 1 and 2 here without disruption to the existing neighborhood plan process. So I would put that forward as a friendly amendment if Councillor Zahidniak would take that as one.
Councillor Sakidniak, would you be open to that friendly amendment?
Mike's not on. Okay. Yes, I would be, because as I mentioned in when I brought this forward, my intent is not to disrupt the neighborhood planning process. And I wonder if in that report, or in preparing that report, if it would be possible for administration to reach out to these neighborhood associations to explore whether they would be willing to take a leadership role in this process, which would give us more information in terms of what sort of drain on resources it would be for administration.
Through you, Mayor Masters, definitely we can have those conversations to see what capacity the associations have to undertake this work, as well as combining that with the amount of consultation that would have to be done.
Mm-hmm. So my understanding is that this report would outline the implications of doing this. What are the cost implications? What are the time implications? What are the implications on neighborhood plans? Just that so that we have more fulsome information prior to moving forward.
That is correct.
Okay, I support that amendment.
We'll give the Deputy Clerk a moment to add. While they work on that, Councillor Blanc, do you have anything further to add?
I don't know, thank you.
Apologies, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. No, I just put my light on. Through you, Madam Mayor. So just a question in regard to the report coming back. Did I hear it was indicated that it's going to have the neighborhood plans that are going to be done and a kind of a time frame in that in that report, not just the ones we're talking about, or the neighborhood plans that we're doing across the city? I just need to be some clarity here. To you, Madam Chair. Oh, sorry, yeah, okay.
And I do believe, Ms. Harlick, you did say that the schedule for neighborhood plans as they exist is on the website right now.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct. It was approved by council and it is on the website. We can send out the link so that all of council has the timing. It is based on short-term, medium-term, and long-term. So short-term is 0 to 5 years.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what's before us is the friendly amendment, as agreed to by Councillor Sakidniak, is that administration return to the April 14th, 2021 City Council meeting with a report that outlines the options to undertake option 2 without impacting existing neighborhood heritage planning efforts underway. Diana, sorry, don't give me her name. Ms. Howard, does that make sense? Ron Burgundy, literally. Ms. Harlick, does this read properly? Is that your understanding? Councillor LeBlanc?
Thank you. I would just suggest we remove the word heritage from point number 3. Please. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins, I believe you were the seconder on Councillor Zakidniak's motion.
Yes, and I'm agreeable to the point 3, the amendment, to the amendment. No, to the amendment.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? And if we could not wreck the plexiglass, that would be fantastic. Seeing no further comments, I believe the motion before you is on the floor, and that's what's up for vote. So, Mr. Clerk, could you call the vote?
Sure. I will begin with Councillor Zahidniak, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
I'm in favor.
There you go. Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Got it. Okay. See if I can keep following along here. Not going rogue again. On the line? Okay. I would like to call upon Delegation Naomi Hunter. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Hunter. Ms. Hunter, are you there? Ms. Hunter, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Did you hear my preamble?
No, I did not.
Well, then
I just
here I
heard
go
elevator
again.
music.
Here I go again. I would like to call upon Delegation Naomi Hunter. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you will have the opportunity to respond to questions that the members of Council may have for you. Please proceed.
My name is Naomi Hunter. I'm here as a local resident of the City of Regina and an environmentalist. And I'm talking on agenda item CM21-4, a possible $1 million loan to an Alberta-based corporation to develop a biofuel refinery in or near Regina. And my concerns are that biofuel plants are still burning a fuel. Whatever CO2 the plant sucked up is going to be rapidly returned to the atmosphere. Depending on fertilizer, equipment use, and other energy materials to grow the biomass, it is going to be a losing game. It is still better than oil, and we do need to get off oil, but probably not chemically, hydrodynamics, favorable, comparable to other options like solar, wind, electric, or green hydrogen via solar. And in other parts of the country, there are a lot of biofuel projects that are chopping up forests to create the wood chips. It's become a major problem in BC. And so while I do see biofuel that uses waste as one of the options to deal with the climate crisis, I'm concerned that frequently once these plants are built, it actually ends up that they're logging in order to achieve the mass to fuel the plants. So there's that. And then the fact that a $1 million loan is being given to this refinery. And so I'm wondering if the City of Regina is handing out loans. Local solar companies are definitely suffering due to the pandemic and the net metering program being shut down. And so I think that $1 million spread out over local Regina and Saskatchewan solar companies instead of an Alberta-based company might be a better use of that money. And that's what I was concerned about.
Thank you very much. Members of Council, do you have questions for the delegation? Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for presenting Ms. Hunter. There are a number of factors about this proposal that I'm not sure if you're aware of. I also have some concerns of biofuel, especially when certain kinds of crops, there might be monoculture of certain kinds of crops to create biofuel that could have damaging environmental effects. What we've been told, and I'm just wondering if you're aware of it, is that, well, the source of this biofuel, it's not wood, it is going to be canola, and that will be about 10% of the canola market crop that's produced in Saskatchewan would go towards that. So I'm not sure if you're aware of that, and if that changes your view of this as a biofuel.
Well, again, when we look at options like this, I question why when cities and provinces are looking to options to make sure that we have other fuel sources, we don't look to wind and solar first. It would be so great if we had a solar panel on every roof in Regina. And I would remind Council that this isn't the first time that we have actually seen projects like this in Saskatchewan.
back during the Calvert era when he was the premier. There was actually a project like this, a biofuel project, and it was also lots of farmland was used for it south of Regina, and it was so that ethanol could go into our gas because it was mandated that 10% ethanol needed to go into gas. So very similar kind of project. And again, while I certainly think that things like this are part of the solution, it's using food crops for fuel, and while again that is better than oil and gas, I really would recommend that we look to going to solar and wind and electrifying as much as possible. And so I just sort of question why we wouldn't go to that option first instead of jumping straight to this kind of a plant.
Okay. To you, Mayor Masters, another reason why this has come forward is because there needed to be a contribution at another level of government in order to get a federal grant. So I'm not sure if you were aware of that as well, Ms. Hunter, that this loan, which it will be returned to us in some form or another, but that this was required in order to access federal funding for this project.
And so was this loan only for biofuel, or was it for any clean energy project that the city could put forward?
It's for this particular project.
Okay, so they were specifically only willing to fund an Alberta company coming in and setting up a biofuel plant.
Okay, I think that it's probably better if those kinds of detailed questions about the project could be asked of administration for maybe later on in this report.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But I just wanted to make sure that
I'm
you...
grateful.
I just wanted to make sure that you had seen the full report and all of the elements of it.
I've been looking up to try to find out as much as I can, and I'm sure that, with all of these kind of projects, as we learn more about them, often, we do change our minds or decide, well, maybe this is totally acceptable. And so I'm just presenting my concerns.
Right.
And I really appreciate that you're filling me in as you're able. So don't take that amiss. I just, like I say, I have a lot of questions about this.
Okay, thank you so much for presenting. I won't have any further questions, and I fully support your call for more solar.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I will thank you for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you leave the meeting.
Okay, how do I do? I'm looking at my notes here. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
I would like to call upon Delegation Douglas Cole and Stu Roberts. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You will have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters. This is Douglas Cole. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of True North Renewable Fuels. With me this afternoon is our Senior Vice President of Capital Markets, Stu Roberts. First, I'd like to thank yourself and members of Council for the opportunity to address City Council today. As you know, True North Renewable Fuels has been advancing a renewable fuel project for the Greater Regina area for some time. This project is designed to meet the requirements that are being brought in by the federal government under the Canadian Clean Fuel Standard. The project would be levering off the canola industry and would be targeting primarily distillate fuels for heavy transport, rail, and aviation. We're requesting a $1 million grant from the City of Regina's General Fund Reserve to be used to match with the federal government's Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada's Ag Clean Tech Fund as was mentioned earlier, that would bring in $5 million of federal government funding. There's significant benefits to the City of Regina, particularly in employment in the next while as we come out of COVID. The project would directly employ, at our estimate, approximately 1,500 persons through the construction phase, and another 150 persons as a permanent employment through the operation of the project. Economic Development Regina has provided the city with a report that quantifies the overall economic impact, employment, and government revenue, and I'll leave Economic Development Regina to speak to that later on. There's a number of other benefits for Regina and Saskatchewan to supporting this project. First and foremost, the use of these fuels, the 1 billion liters a year of renewable fuels from canola, would in effect take approximately 650,000 cars off the road. It will go about 9% of the way to meeting Saskatchewan's carbon reduction targets under the Prairie Resilience Plan and the Paris Agreement. The renewable diesel fuel currently is not manufactured in Canada, and this would offset imports into Canada for renewable fuels, thereby keeping the value add here in Canada. And that adds to the diversification of the local economy. Lastly, I'd like to say this is a source of renewable diesel fuel potentially for the city's fleet, and the 5 million or so liters a year of diesel fuel that's currently used by the city switch over to a renewable fuel would reduce emissions by approximately at least 15,000 tons. And with that, I'd, Mayor Masters, entertain questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Thank you for addressing council. Just for starters, some folks have raised a concern. You're an Alberta-based company. Why aren't we supporting local? Please tell us where you plan on building this facility and why the City of Regina is the target of this $1 million loan.
Thank you. I'll address the location first. Regina is particularly well located under the regulations proposed by the Canadian Clean Fuel Standard. Regina is particularly well located to reach both the West Coast markets and the Ontario markets without incurring significant other carbon intensity penalties through transportation. So that's one of the reasons. Regina is also located, in the canola country, and there's an adequate feedstock source which is needed for the facility. Thirdly, there's a skill set in the refining, and energy industries, local skill set that we can lever off of as well. I think particularly as we transition, it's important to provide employment for energy workers, skilled energy workers into the newer economy. With respect to the seeking the funding from the City of Regina, it's accepted under the Ag Clean Tech Fund to use municipal funding. The provincial government has supported this project as well through a letter of support and a number of tax incentives as well, specifically the Ag Clean Tech Fund and the Commercial Innovation Incentive Fund, or incentive credit rather.
Thank you. My last question, there are some who are rightly suspicious of biofuels, biodiesel, still emits. So I have a question. If this were to be approved, you're going to the next step, would you be willing to provide publicly an independent environmental assessment of the project from the impact of agricultural production, the emissions of biodiesel, the impact on water usage, energy consumption of the plant? Would you be willing to furnish that kind of research publicly to give Saskatchewan and taxpayers an indication of how this aligns with our greenhouse gas emission targets?
To address that, firstly, we've considered and we've had independent third-party expert assessment on the life cycle carbon intensity of the proposition of using canola-based renewable diesel. And that is a very favorable environmental conclusion on that. The life cycle emissions with respect to canola-based renewable diesel are approximately or less than 20% that of fossil-based diesel fuel. So first off, from a carbon intensity and life cycle emissions, it's very favorable. With respect to other environmental attributes, absolutely, that's part of the public consultation process. And, we would be working with City of Regina and the Government of Saskatchewan Environment to ensure that the necessary and requisite approvals are obtained to support this. Thirdly, I'll point out, and I'll defer to Stu on the details of this aspect. Sustainability is a key criteria here. It's not just about carbon intensity; it's about sustainability. And to that degree, we've consulted with two particular groups, the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomass and the ICSS out of Germany, that certify feedstocks and fuel processes for renewable fuels. Stu, comments?
Just to follow on, underneath the BC LCFS program, pathways are made public upon reaching a certain status. Our carbon intensity pathway is currently confidential up until reaching a certain status and will be made public. Pathways both in the US EPA as well as in the CARB system, which is in the state of California, are also made public at reaching a certain status. So upon reaching the appropriate status, all documentation or carbon intensity documentation will be made public. In terms of our advancements with respect to attaining certification under RSB as well as ISCC, upon receiving those certifications, we can make that public as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Through you, Madam Mayor, I have a couple questions. Can you give kind of a guideline as to, so the $1 million, we approve it today. When can we expect this project to get going and start? Kind of a timeline, just a vague timeline to us as to how this will proceed, if you wouldn't mind.
Certainly. We anticipate the front-end engineering and design work to take roughly 1 year. And through that process, there's a number of engineering work that has to be done to obtain the appropriate cost estimates, to obtain capital funding for construction. Through that process as well, we will be financing the project out for the build-out, and also working on offtake agreements and feedstock supply agreements. So that process takes about 12 months. The actual construction we see taking 24 months, leading to production in late 24, full production in 2025.
Thank you. That's very informative. And one other kind of question through you, Madam Mayor. So this $1 million, can you give us kind of a explanation as to if this $1 million is not granted to you, is this project not going to happen? Is this the be all of end alls?
Go ahead, Steve.
Sorry, just to address your question. Without the $1 million grant funding, the funding underneath the ACT program will go away. It would represent, in the world of independent renewable diesel facilities, there are a number of facilities both in Canada and or proposed in Canada as well as in the U.S. that have sourced and received government funding, and primarily in the United States. This would put this project at a significant disadvantage in terms of the overall economics and our ability to be competitive on pricing on fuel. Likely we would not get going. I can't say with certainty but likely that would make it very difficult to go ahead with our current proposed capital partners as well as the economics on the project. We would note that in June of 2020, the president of Suncor officially came out and suggested that the government of Canada needs to support projects such as these to get them off the ground and going. and then they have invested, Suncor has directly invested in projects in the States. To date, other than the Enerchem project that's located in Quebec, which received approximately 32% funding for project development from government sources, as well as the Canary Biofuels facility, which is a second-gen biofuel facility in Alberta. Both have received government funding and are advancing. So it would be detrimental to the overall project development.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. I'm in support of this and look forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming forward. Just in regards to the question, in regards to the location, that would be a big piece here that you would be locating here in Regina. Is that accurate through you, Madam Chair?
Our preference is to locate near the city of Regina. There's a number of reasons. Logistics is a key component, a key success component to this type of venture, and rail access being that really key to that. And Regina is blessed with good rail access, both with CN and CP services into their Class 1 system. Feedstock supply in Regina is excellent as well. And so to that end, we feel Regina is an excellent choice for this type of facility.
We would like to mention as well that we've agreed with the city to pay a penalty fee if we decide to ultimately move the project, and that equates to approximately $1 million on top of the $1 million in terms of a repayment back to the city.
Thank you for that. Through you, Madam Chair, you indicated that there has been a lot of support from the provincial government as well as the federal government. Can you share what that is? Through you, Madam Chair.
The provincial government support is through the agricultural value-added tax incentive and through the what's generally referred to as the patent box or commercial innovation incentive credit. And Saskatchewan government prefers to provide their support through tax credits. The support through the federal government comes through the Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, their Agricultural Clean Tech Fund. That's a program that they've had in place for about 3 years. It provides a maximum of 50% or $5 million of funding for a project that's aimed at agricultural clean technology. So something that is agricultural value added as well as bringing clean tech into the picture. So this project fits into their program, and that's where those are the two primary supports. We've had a number of other supports through NRCan, Ministry of Finance, and a number of other contacts in the federal government.
Thank you. Just the last question in regards to the benefit of our whole province, in regards to the benefit of farmers having the stability to know, because the market can be very volatile in growing canola. What response would you give to that through you, Madam Mayor?
I'd respond to that by saying, first off, we've seen in the last couple of years international markets subject to, what I'll term politely as non-market forces. And specifically, we've lost about 2 million tons a year of canola exports, some of which have been recovered, but it certainly threw a wrench into the works for the canola market here the last couple of years. Having a domestic market that serves a domestic clean mandate, a clean GHG mandate, certainly adds stability to the local canola market, and potentially, puts enough demand in here to build out an ancillary business for additional canola crushing, as well as specialty protein extraction capability with that crush plant if it's appropriately built. Those economic benefits are detailed in EDR's report.
Great, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Moll.
All right. I just want to thank you guys for the presentation. Thank you for choosing to invest in Regina and Saskatchewan. I had a really hard time keeping a lid on this over the last 6 weeks. And I was very happy to be able to talk about this come Saturday or whenever it hit the public agenda. So thanks again. Just curious about a couple different things. You didn't specifically specify the construction start date. So is that the 12 months? It'll start in 12 months?
It would be 12 months from conclusion of financing for the front-end engineering and design work.
Okay.
So approximately this time next year, early April next year.
Yep. Excellent. And just curious about how that's going to play out for the EPC, engineering, procurement, construction. Are you going to be looking at local procurement? And secondly, are you going to be looking at hiring local labor?
Certainly on the labor front, yes. It's definitely more cost effective to the degree that we can find local labor. Absolutely, that's the preferred way to go. With procurement, there's certain aspects of this that are, there's specialty steels involved in this, and some of it will come from potentially Gulf Coast, potentially Edmonton, or other sources with, local. Generally, my preference is Canadian, but and I'm sure to the degree we can, hopefully our Canadian suppliers can be competitive.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Councillor Stanachuk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. In your presentation, you made reference to the production of heavy transport and airline fuel. I'm just wondering if you could comment a little bit more about that, what the demand for that is, and whether or not, if there is a move. We know that a lot of car companies are starting to move their production to electric vehicles. So if there was a dramatic move to electric vehicles, would you still have the demand for the fuel that you're planning to produce?
So I'll speak in general terms first, and then I'll let Stu speak to specifics. The heavy transport, Class 1 rail and aviation industries are particularly challenged to move to electrification. Generally, the battery technology that we have today and likely will see in the future does not lead itself to supplying the energy density that's needed for these transportation. Aviation is even further. Electric aviation is even further away, and alternatives for decarbonizing those modes of transportation it's much further away than it is for a commuter car. So, likely we will see the industry build out in terms of commuter cars first, and longer term, potentially into heavy transport. Rail in Canada and generally the Class 1 rail systems in North America are particularly challenged to electrify. Batteries are a long way off for that, and catenary, overhead cable power is prohibitively expensive at this point in time. So given that, I see a long-term diesel use in those industries being relatively stable, if anything growing slightly. Aviation is really where long-term where the demand is going to be, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So in relation to the request from the city for $1 million, so the standard protocol, my understanding in this process is usually it's a different level of government, like so theoretically the provincial government providing that loan. And so this is just, I'd just like some clarification for those who aren't aware that that avenue has been explored. So if you can just comment on that further, that the $1 million is not available from the provincial government, and this is why we are being asked to provide this loan. So if you could please comment on that.
You're correct. The provincial government declined to provide the $1 million and referred us to the City of Regina.
Great, thank you. I just wanted that on the record.
Councillor Fundura?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Good question, Councillor Zahidniak. I was just looking at that myself. Question to you. You mentioned that if we don't do this, we're going to be left behind. So the question is, this is going, which either it goes here or goes elsewhere. What kind of impact do you see on, let's say, our community if we have to buy it from somewhere else? Mayor Masters?
Yeah, so to address that question, in a recent press release by a group that's producing a very small quantity in Alberta, they press released a sales price of $1.67 a liter. Fossil diesel right now, I believe, is going for approximately 50-ish cents US a liter. So to meet spec underneath the Canadian Clean Fuel Standards, you would have to blend the two, which would increase the price of the blended fuel significantly based on blend rates. I can't comment in terms of blend rates due to the fact I don't know their carbon intensity. Obviously, the higher the carbon intensity of the renewable fuel, the more you have to use, therefore the more costly the renewable fuel is going forward. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and then just to follow up to Mayor Masters, the comments are made, or if you're reading in the report, that let's say if we don't do it here and we take it south of the border, we're going to buy it back on a higher price. What's your comment to that?
That's a factually correct statement. Currently, right now, the majority of the production is generated in the Gulf Coast through a company called Diamond Green Diesel. The world leader is a company called Neste. They're out of Finland. They produce the bulk of their product out of Northern Europe as well as in Singapore, and Singapore is expected to expand. Western Canada as well as the Western U.S. states gets most of its products from both Diamond Green Diesel and Neste, so it's boated over from Singapore. The price, the construct of the price is based on fossil price plus the credits received in the most lucrative market for credits, i.e. California. So in the event that there is no Canadian supply of domestic supply, the logical next point of sale would be the U.S. One, you're training or railing from the Gulf Coast, which is a cost. Two, you're being priced based on a credit market which is more advanced than the Canadian system as well as the BC system, and therefore demands a higher price. Ultimately, the price of HDRD or renewable diesel, as it's referred to, will be a lot higher for Canadians versus its U.S. counterparts. Last comment with respect to this is that there's been a handful of newer facilities identified or proposed in the U.S. They've identified both soybean oil and canola oil as potential feedstocks. Our assumption is based on the U.S.'s historical production of canola. They're targeting, or they could be targeting, Canadian canola. This would then potentially propose the situation whereby U.S. producers are buying Canadian seed, transforming it into a oil product, and then refining it up into a renewable product, and then selling it into the Canadian market at an even higher price. Therefore, we're not only losing the value uptick on the seed conversion, but we're also paying a higher price to our neighbors to the south.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you. Just a comment to start so I can set up my question. I accept all of the points you've brought about for the economic factors for our region, as well as the price of the fuels going across the border and everything to do with that. Some people have questions about the environmental aspects of this. This is a transitional technology. We need it to get through as we move through to the Paris climate agreements and the goals we've set. If we were to not get this plant in Saskatchewan, being that we are the breadbasket of the world, would we not be causing an environmental impact by having to transport the necessary canola and grains to whoever would get the refinery, thereby increasing the environmental footprint of a needed product elsewhere? Through the chair.
Yes, that statement's factually correct. You would be adding to the life cycle carbon intensity of the fuel by transporting the canola, whether it goes oil or seed, to a further location and then transporting the resulting fuel back. And that certainly would add to the life cycle carbon intensity and net GHG emission for the fuel.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that answer. Ticks all the boxes for me, plus some.
Seeing no further questions from members of council, I'll thank you today for your presentation very much and ask that you leave the meeting.
Mayor Masters, council, thank you very much.
Thank you. Folks, it's after 5:30. I need a motion of continuance. Thank you. I got Councillor Moll and Councillor Mancinelli. Any opposed? Seeing none. Say it one more time. No. It's a motion to continuance because not quite yet. I may, but missed. Oh, one moment, please. I would like to call upon Delegation Frank Hart from Economic Development Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of council may have for you. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. I'm here, and I'm Chair of Economic Development Regina. It's Frank Hart speaking. I don't really have any comments to offer other than this has been approved by the Board of Economic Development Regina for recommendation to the city for the proposed transaction. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Stadicek.
Well, we were promised through the mayor. We were promised some great economic development stats from you. So I'm just wondering if you could just mention some of the economic benefits of this proposal.
Yeah. So what Doug Cole outlined in his answer was the direct economic job creation primarily from the refinery portion alone. But the refinery is only one piece of the development because you need a canola crush plant to feed the refinery to produce the 1 million liters of canola oil that would be the main feedstock for the refinery. So that's over and above the numbers that Doug indicated. And then it's likely that there will be another manufacturing processing facility attached to that will pull the protein out of the canola as it goes through the crush plant, because that protein has a very high value and it's used can be used in the food, and particularly for aquaculture feed markets. Today, when canola is crushed, the meal is largely railed to the dairy industry in the U.S. or used as cattle feed. Canola meal is particularly, the protein is very bound with the fiber, so it really takes a ruminant, which is an animal with 4 stomachs like a cow, to be able to digest that protein and pull it out. The processes that have been developed through research developed by and supported by Protein Industries Canada, which of course is headquartered in Regina, allows us to extract that protein, which is about 20% of the seed. And a canola meal would sell for $300 and some a ton. You take the protein and sell it separately, it's worth about $1,800 a ton, although you get less volume. So those components are in addition to the numbers that Doug laid out. So we have an input-output model, economic input-output model for EDR that we use to assess the economic impacts. And so what we're looking at is, in terms of construction employment, as Doug indicated, about 1,500 for the refinery, and then another 750 for the protein extraction, and 500 for the canola crushing plant. So that gets you north of 2,500 jobs on the construction side for the whole complex. And then the revenue impacts for the permanent employment would be 150 jobs to operate the refinery, as Doug indicated, plus another 150 for the other two facilities, so about 300 total jobs there. Then when you have the the spend from that employment and capital spend in the community, it creates about a total of $4 billion of economic impact for the Regina area, which adds about 1.5 billion of GDP impact and probably supports around north of 4,000 jobs overall associated with the investment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think the tables were detailed in the initial report that was given to council. I don't think it's in the public report though. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Hart. Seeing no further questions from council, I'll ask that you please leave the meeting, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Sorry. We'll now consider item CM 21-4, Economic Development Opportunity. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask that you move the report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I can move the report. And I might just ask administration if it has any further comments to make or explanation following the explanations of the delegation.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Mr. Lacey, would you introduce?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So maybe to recap, the report in front of you speaks to an economic opportunity to support the development of a renewable fuel refinery in Regina area. And so just to recap, True North Renewable Fuels is proposing to construct a billion liter per year renewable fuels refinery in the Regina area. And that is that's a significant investment if that proposed refinery goes ahead, a significant investment into our economy through construction, as well as future economic benefits and employments once operational. The proposal, in addition to the refinery, includes a canola crushing plant, as you've heard, and that would be an additional capital investment into the economy. And as Mr. Hart has indicated, it's estimated at the end of the day that would be about 2,500 construction jobs and 300 permanent operating jobs ongoing. And so that project would represent a major economic development initiative for Regina and would further strengthen our economic recovery from COVID-19. So the next step in this process is really for True North to complete a FEED study. And that FEED study is estimated to cost about $21 million, of which $15 million they're currently in the process of sourcing through private financing. This program has the opportunity to be eligible for $5 million in grant funding from the federal government through the Agriculture Clean Technology Fund. And so they are the applicants to that fund. To be eligible for that $5 million, they basically need the province or the municipality of Regina to contribute $1 million towards the FEED study. So I want to be clear. I want to talk about the million and what we have proposed to council for approval. I want to be clear, this $1 million is not a loan. I've heard council members and some delegates refer to this as a loan. A loan has a very particular connotation to it, and so this is not a loan. This is the city providing a $1 million grant to contribute to the FEED study that would be funded out of our general fund reserve. Now, we have taken steps, and we're recommending council approve those steps to protect that $1 million public investment, if I could call it that. And so the first step is we would be seeking an instrument such as a line of credit that should a plant eventually at the end of the day not be built in Regina, that we would have the ability to then essentially access that line of credit and that letter of credit, and that would provide us the $1 million back. And what a letter of credit is basically the two parties with the bank involved would agree that the bank would hold the $1 million, and if certain conditions aren't met, that money would come back to the city. When the refinery is built, The letter of credit would be released conditional upon we enter a commercial arrangement, basically a fuel purchase arrangement. And I think that's appropriate given the city is first in and partnering this up front. A commercial fuel arrangement where we would purchase fuel from the refinery at a discount at a minimum of $1 million or more once that refinery is operational. And that fuel purchase arrangement would also be looking for the opportunity to have the ability to provide that or sell that opportunity to someone else if that's what we chose. But I think it's a great opportunity as we look at our fleet and the use of diesel fuel in our fleet. We spend we use about 5 million liters of diesel in our fleet a year at a cost of around $5 million a year. And so I think there's a real opportunity for the city as well with the council's vision to become a renewable, sustainable city by 2050. I think there is a tie there. Although this proposal is primarily about the economic opportunities, it is also obviously has that tie to it as well. And then finally, I guess it's been mentioned here and it's in the report. We wanted to protect our interests here as well with respect to the fact that if the plant did get built but didn't get built in the Regina area, that we would be able to again access that letter of credit that would be held by a bank. And as well as was mentioned by the delegation from True North, that there would be a penalty involved there as well with respect to additional $1 million. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks and take any questions that council might have.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the complete answer given. I just have one comment to make. I support this. I support it even recognizing that we have to be very, very prudent with the way in which we invest taxpayer dollars. I think we meet the standard of prudence for 3 reasons, 3 off-ramps which will protect taxpayers. One is that nothing will happen unless the federal government steps up with approximately $5 million and private investors step up with approximately $15 million, and both the federal government and the private investors will do intensive risk analysis before they invest their money. So we're protected by the fact that there will be partners with us. Secondly, as Mr. Lacey mentioned, we're protected because once the plant is built, we will be able to purchase $1 million in transportation fuel, bus fuel, so we will be able to get our grant repaid. And thirdly, also as Mr. Lacey mentioned, there will be a $1 million penalty if a plant is built but not located in Regina. That protects our investment as well. So this is a good investment. I'm confident it'll work out. If it doesn't work out, we are protected by the 3 off-ramps which I've mentioned. Madam Mayor, those are my comments.
Councillor Hawkins, it's the clerk. The mayor just stepped out of the chambers for just a moment. As deputy mayor, if you would take over and call on Councillor Bresciani, she's in the queue to speak.
Happy to do that, Councillor Bresciani.
Just in regards to, and I may have missed it, but just the letter of credit that you're doing, when, I mean, this doesn't go through unless it starts to be built. And so what happens to that $1 million? It's in trust with a lawyer, or what is the process there? And then the second question to that is, if it does not get built, there's all of these many factors, does it come back, obviously to protect the taxpayer, it would come back to us, but is obviously without interest, all that. I just want to know more details around that.
Mr. Lacey.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So the report speaks to our grant payment of $1 million would be conditional upon us securing a letter of credit or a trust or a similar type of financial arrangement. I think at the end of the day, it's more likely to be a letter of credit is probably at the end of the day what we'll secure. And what a letter of credit is, it's basically an agreement between the 2 parties. So in this case, it'd be Regina and True North, and would also involve a bank that would hold a letter of credit. And that letter of credit, which would be for $1 million, would be released to Regina if certain conditions were met. And those certain conditions would be if a plant is not built in the Regina area, or if the plant's not built at all within a specified time frame. And so the dollars are secured because you basically have a financial instrument that the bank holds until such a time as either the conditions exist that instrument is released, or that the conditions are met, and then the letter of credit is paid out, in this case, to the City of Regina.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to be clear, though, was there any interest on that? So the letter of intent, it's held there as a letter of intent, but is there any interest that's incurred on that $1 million?
So, thank you. Through, see, Mayor Masters has rejoined us. Through you, Mayor Masters. No, there would be no interest on this. As I said, again, this is not a loan. And so the letter of credit would be held in the amount of $1 million. So it's $1 million.
So there's no dollars, really, it's just a letter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Through the chair. Did I misunderstand that $1 million grant? There was another component to it that was almost like a gain on investment, was there not, when he was talking? In like? Oh, I'm sorry, I must be talking about the fuel purchase from the $1 million. Is that just a dollar for dollar investment if this is to come to be, or is this a more of a investment that can get us exponential value back from our fuel purchases if this comes to be?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so those negotiations are yet to be complete. Pursuant to the report, our expectation is we would enter into a purchase fuel arrangement whereby there would be a value of at least $1 million.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for question.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So my question is, through the chair, can you please respond to concerns that the city is tying ourselves to this fuel purchase agreement, which may prevent us from exploring electrification for our city fleet?
Thank you. It's an excellent question through you, Mayor Masters. So I do not see this arrangement restricting the city from exploring other alternative fuel arrangements with respect to our fleet or other assets. In fact, I do see this as being somewhat complementary. As I mentioned before, we spend $5 million a year and 5 million liters of diesel fuel a year. So, depending on how we structure this, I don't see that being an hindrance from us exploring, for example, going to a electrical transit fleet as an example. I think even if council made that decision today, it probably would be 5-10 years before you converted that entire existing fleet over to electrical. And so I think there would be plenty of opportunity for us to capitalize and on that opportunity to seek renewable fuels. Maybe just another comment I would have as well is I think, beyond the transit fleet, we have a lot of heavy equipment that uses diesel. And while at some point in time there may be an alternative energy source for them as well, I don't see that as being in the as a near-term horizon as potentially something like our transit fleet.
Thank you. And as you already mentioned, there is the ability to transfer the agreement to sell it to a different party. I don't know if that's current. I guess there is the plans to include that in the agreement. Should we not desire it anymore, we would have the option to sell it to a different party as well.
That's correct. We'd provide ourselves the ability to assign that opportunity to someone else if we so choose for whatever reason might occur down the road that I can't foresee right now, but it does provide us that flexibility if that's what we choose to do.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. This question is perhaps for legal. So on page 4 of the February 28th report that we'd received, it makes mention of $1 million penalty if for whatever reason the project is outside of a community other than the, quote, Greater Regina region, which is to be negotiated. I'm just looking for confirmation that the common definition of Greater Regina Region will be agreed to between the parties before we cut a check?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct. That's a condition that it's a condition that we need to have our funding agreement signed before a check is cut, and we will have to define that area in the funding agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Seeing no further comments, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
John. Mayor. Yes.
Oh, apologies. You have something to say, sir?
I do. I have just bouncing off of Councillor Long's question about Regina or Greater Regina. We've seen this before where we were discussing things that's going to happen in a Greater Regina or in Regina, and ended up being totally not in our borders. So the question for me would be, is how would that work on the tax base? If we have a business that moves into our city or outside or greater, how does that tax then? If we're looking at two large entities, that would break some yearly income on a tax base. If I could get that answered or
Mr.
comment?
Lacey?
So thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So that is one of the pieces that we need to finish negotiating on. We have had conversations with them about this, is that, we need to define what that area is or distance is. We would like to see them use best efforts to be inside Regina or very close to the Regina city boundaries. And at the end of the day, it needs to be within a reasonable distance of Regina where Regina sees economic benefit from this investment. I think that's a real key thing. And I do get, and I understand that there are differences between it being within the city boundaries and outside the city boundaries. But a project, so we would do, hopefully, we'll seek to have it within city boundaries or very close to city boundaries. At the end of the day, I think what I would advise council is that, we want to ensure it's within a reasonable distance of Regina, that we're recognizing the economic benefit of this project, which would be a significant project. And without disclosing the locations, I know of the locations that they're looking at, and they are currently within a very reasonable distance of the city. And maybe I'll just leave my comments there for now.
No, that's, Mr. Thank you very much. Very fair comments. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you, folks. Now, if we could power through to previously approved things from executive, that would be fantastic. We'll consider CR 21-40 Regina Appeal Board composition. Councillor Hawkins, could you please introduce the report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and I'll attempt to power through. This involves the restructuring of the Regina Appeal Board. The motion that you have in front of you has to be amended slightly, and I will read the amended motion. It has to be amended because it includes remuneration numbers. Those numbers can't be put in place until there's been a public notice procedure. So I'll read this new motion, which is the same, but for what I've just mentioned. That City Council, 1, approve revising the membership of the Regina Appeal Board from its current composition of 3 councillors to 5 citizen members, effective May 1, 2021, and any related administrative amendments as outlined in Appendix A. 2, approve annual funding of $3,000 in the 2021 budget. 3, instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary amendments to the Regina Appeal Board bylaw 2005-4 to give effect to the recommendations to be brought forward to the March 31st, 2021 meeting of City Council. following approval of the recommendations by City Council and to allow sufficient time for advertising the required public notice for the bylaw, and for consider this report at the March 31, 2021 council meeting to meet the advertising requirement for public notice that is required in order to establish the rates of remuneration for members as follows. A, chair to receive $60 for each appeal hearing and $60 for each decision writing meeting, and B, members other than the chair and an acting chair to receive $30 for each appeal hearing and $30 for each decision writing meeting. Madam Mayor, will bring the City of Regina into line with almost all other jurisdictions in Western Canada, where the appeal board is made up of citizen members as opposed to council members. Perhaps the most important thing it does is that it removes the potential or the appearance of conflict of interest, which arises when council members are adjudicating their own bylaws. It also will free up time for council members, which is important because often we go overtime on meetings. And finally, there will be training for citizen members accompanying this, which will lead to more effective deliberation and decision writing by the board. For those reasons, I recommend, along with the executive committee, this to you.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a seconder? I got Councillor Stevens. Any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk. Sorry, I didn't look up. She's absent for the vote. Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-0.
Thank you. We'll now consider CR 2141 appointments for the Recovery and Efficiency Review Task Force. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you very much. This is a recommendation from the Executive Committee to City Council to appoint the following individuals to the Recovery and Efficiency Task Force for a term of office from March 1, 2021 to December 31, 2021. The list is there. Councillor Andrew Stevens, co-chair; Mitch Molnar, co-chair; Chris Holden; Laird Williamson; Trevor Boquist; Randy Beattie; Tina Savelle; Erica Boudouin; Brett Dolter, and Shadi Mesley. This is an advisory board to make recommendations to council in connection with the official review. It will also be available to assist the reviewers appointed to do the review. This is a strong group of community-minded citizens drawn from both business and from the social areas of the community. I know particularly that there are two very strong women members of this board, and I know particularly that there is environmental input through Mr. Brett Dolver. So I'd ask for your approval of this board, of this task force. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? And I have Councillor Bresciani seconding. Thank you. Seeing no questions, City Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore. Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now consider CR 21-42 Human Resources Subcommittee. Councillor Hawkins, can I ask you again, please introduce the report.
Thank you. A recommendation again from the Executive Committee to City Council to, one, approve amendments to the committee bylaw number 2009-40 outlined in Appendix B. And this is the city bylaw which provides for the review, the performance review of the 3 city council employees, the city manager, the city clerk, and the city solicitor. To appoint the following members of City Council, the Human Resources Subcommittee, as outlined in Appendix B: myself, Councillor Findura, and Councillor Tarina Shaw, and 3, to direct city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw, etc. I asked myself whether there was any conflict of interest in my nominating myself, and there isn't, for 2 reasons. One, it's statutorily provided for as a function of my being a councillor. And second, believe me, there's no benefit in this for me. I'd ask for council approval.
Thank you, sir. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Any questions? Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote.
I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We will consider, we have informational reports which are receive and file. We'll consider CM 21-5, Municipal Corporation Governance Supplemental Report. Can I have someone move and file this report? Thank you, Councillor Stevens, with a seconder from Councillor Stadnichuk. Could I ask someone from administration to introduce?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So this goes back to a February 3rd meeting where administration brought a report forward, basically describing best practices with respect to governance structures of municipal boards and the appointment of elected officials to those boards. And administration's advice around that is to minimize the number of elected officials on these boards. Council at that time had asked us to return with a supplemental report to do a jurisdictional survey of other cities and governance structures of their municipal boards. So the supplemental report in front of you provides that information. And of about 20 corporations, over half of them have one or less. The two that have no elected officials on the board are two large utility corporations that are seen as being well-run utilities, Calgary and Edmonton. Those utilities don't have any elected members. So I think the jurisdictional scan, well, it does show some variance. By and large, there is a limited number of elected officials, with half being one or less. Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc.
I'm actually going to move a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Okay. Need a seconder.
Need a seconder?
Moll. Okay.
Councillor Moll.
Okay, we take the vote right away.
All right.
There's no debate.
Vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor LeBlanc, please.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
And Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
It's defeated, Mayor. Meeting continues.
Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So, so this report came forward from the previous council, but for myself, I have, currently we have no oversight on the Buffalo Pound board, and I have heard concerns from residents and have some concerns myself related to the rising water rates. Although I have some understanding as to why those are occurring. I am interested in us, particularly due to the fact that we don't have representation on that board and it is a complicated structure and entity. I would like an undertaking to get additional reporting. So I guess the undertaking is, and this is mentioned in the report, that if council wants to have more oversight in the way that these corporations work, that we could require, one way to do that would be requiring additional reporting. So I would like an undertaking that, so that administration work with the city of Moose Jaw to require quarterly reporting to council. So my understanding is that it's currently 2 times a year, so it would be quarterly instead.
Mr. Holden?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so currently, Councillor Zahidniak is right, there is a semi-annual and annual report. If council would like us to enter conversations with Moose Jaw and the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, I'm sure that they would be more than willing to come and share their successes and challenges with council on a quarterly basis. We can make that happen.
I'm just going to ask a question. Are the minutes of their meetings public? Mr. Lacey?
No, through you, Mayor Masters, I don't believe they are, and maybe I'll refer that question to Mr. Weary to confirm.
Mr. Weary?
Mayor Masters, apologies for the delay. They are not currently made public. That again would be something that, if we wish to change, would be something that would probably need to be put into the unanimous members agreement, but I don't believe they're currently publicly posted.
I was simply asking if that would satisfy, but if it's quarterly, then if you want administration to reach out.
Yeah, and so I don't know is that an appropriate undertaking, because we don't actually know if the rest of council agrees with that. If it is an appropriate undertaking, I'm happy with that, but I don't know if we need to check in with the rest of council to see if they're interested.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so I would just echo Mr. Holden's comments that if council desires to have Buffalo Pound, Mr. Johnson, the CEO of Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, come to an executive committee quarterly as opposed to semi-annually. We will explore that with the City of Moose Jaw and Buffalo Pound. I don't see that being an issue. They'd probably be more than happy to come and take some of your time and spend it explaining where their operations are at. I would remind council that the unanimous members agreement very clearly defines what information they need to bring to council on an annual basis. So they need to bring their budget to you. They need to bring their capital plans to you. They need to tell you how their year went, so their annual report they bring to you. And so that is an opportunity for council through that semi-annual process to ask questions. If council, has some concerns, there's an opportunity for council to express that when they're before you. Ultimately, council's final accountability mechanism here is that you appoint, along with the City of Moose Jaw, who the board members are. And so if there are concerns that cannot be resolved through discussions with the chair of the board, that's the ultimate mechanism that both councils have available to them. So if there's a desire for that reporting to be on a quarterly basis, we would certainly talk to those two organizations. I cannot envision why that would be an issue if that's the desire of council to see them quarterly.
No undertakings. If they agree, that's fine.
Undertakings don't require a vote. If council wants to pipe up about whether or not they'd like another group presenting to them, but they're welcome to. But if they're willing to reach out, then we'll find out what the plausibility of that is.
Sure. So I guess the undertaking is to reach out, to explore that option, and then it will be reported back to council. And at that time, folks can weigh in with their input.
Yeah. Okay. Good with that? Yeah. Councillor Bresciani.
So I think I was the one that kind of got this second report coming back. So thank you for that. You can kind of see it's all over the board. Really depends on the city. I see in Saskatoon, the TC board has 15 board members, mayor and two city manager and two city councillors. SaskTel has, the SaskTel Center up there also has councillors, two councillors, and the Ramey Art Gallery has councillors. So it's all over the board. Manitoba a little bit different. So I appreciate that. I guess the one concern and why this was raised was the lack of communication between these groups, real and as well as EDR. So, I mean, again, I think that Sometimes I believe 2 ears are better than one set of ears. Someone may hear something different, and someone may feel they don't need to bring things back. And I think that's where this conversation kind of started. So again, I would ask the same of EDR. I think we need to have, I think, more conversations as to what's going on. Tourism, we constantly ask. We usually get something just before budget and maybe one other time in the year. So I'm not sure how we can develop more of a relationship to get some information back as to what they're doing. Any suggestions, or do we look at increasing the membership? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Holden?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think with EDR, there's a recognition and a commitment that they need to increase the communication to council. I think things were starting to increase in terms of communication with council, and then, of course, COVID hit and things slowed down again. In terms of Real does take the opportunity, I think, to engage with council. I think there's opportunities for their board to host council in the past at certain events, etc. So I know that our municipal corporations have a clear understanding of the expectation that council wants more, not less communication. And I think they're, putting processes in place to make sure there are regular updates. So I would let that process unfold first. And then if council, heading into 2022, if council's not happy with that level of communication, then you could always look at the memorandums of agreement or understanding that we have in place with those corporations, and also look for quarterly reporting similar to what we just discussed with Buffalo Pound.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, do any of their minutes published at all anywhere for at least council to view? Through you, Madam Mayor.
So through you, Mayor Masters, the organizations don't make their minutes public, but they do have, public annual reports. They're constantly putting information on their websites. So I think, for members of the public who want to access information, whether it's EDR or Real, there's lots of information readily available, and they do, publicly report on a regular basis, but on an annual basis through their annual reports, and those are all available on their websites.
I guess just the other question, would there be any opportunity to, I guess, and this is something maybe we can discuss with them, but to get more information, doesn't have to even be a balance where they attend, but also, again, some of the things they're meeting on, that provides an update, if it's minutes or whatever, just to keep us abreast of what's going on. I guess I can leave that as an undertaking, because Mayor Masters and yourself sit on those boards, that I think it's important for council to understand, what things are happening, what they're doing, that kind of thing. So I'll leave it there for now, and if we see that there is increased communication, we'll let it go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. Through the chair. Clearly there's other issues simmering underneath the surface, and it's not just about membership. I had joined Lori when we had advanced this in the last council. I do support in principle. What I can put to my colleagues for some of these issues, it's certainly something that we can discuss as a committee when we're discussing economic recovery and efficiency. So that advisory committee to some of these different organizations can talk about some of those concerns. With regards to Buffalo Pound, if they come every month, if they came every couple of months, I don't think it's going to change anything. For new councillors, you'll see why, but the water costs what it does when we talk about the budget. So if there are specific issues or concerns around the budgeting process and the financial sustainability of Buffalo Pound or other organizations, perhaps we should talk about that in private and then discuss it further. I don't think more reporting is going to solve that. The cost of water is set by council. You approve it or you don't. We can discuss the utility rate when the time comes, but I'm not convinced after seeing that budget there are any issues that require more reporting. Just put it out there. But there will be opportunities to talk about, I think, what are fundamental issues in the next couple of months.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Seeing no further questions, anyone opposed to the receive and file motion on the floor? Seeing none, carried. More municipal governance. Moving to item IR 21-2, municipal corporate governance. Can I have someone move and receive and file this report? Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. A seconder, Councillor Zakidniak. Can I ask someone from administration to introduce the report?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Sorry, so this is just an extension of the conversation we had. This is the original report that kind of got into a little bit more detail around the principles of governance and conflict of interest. So it's consistent with the conversation we just had.
Perfect. I'm good with that. Any questions? Seeing none, may I ask if anyone is opposed to the receive and file motion? Carried.
Oh, John, here you go.
All right. I will now call on Councillor Findura to read. I'm doing Findura first. Pardon me? Hang on one moment. Who is it? No, notice of motion. That's all right. It's not Findura. It's Councillor Stadnicek. I will call on Councillor Stadnicek to read notice of motion MN 21-1, reconsider decision item CR 21-16 regarding Lawrence Street contract zone application.
All right, so I just read the be it resolved. Therefore, be it resolved that Regina City Council reconsider decision item CR 21-16 Lawrence Street contract zone application that was recorded at its meeting held on February 10, 2021, to deny the application to extend the existing contract zone at 1840 Lawrence Street to allow the temporary parking lot to continue until December 31, 2022. 2, therefore be resolved that rescind the decision to deny the application to extend the existing contract zone at 1840 Lawrence Street to allow the temporary parking lot to continue until December 31, 2022, and approve the application to extend the existing contract zone at 1840 Lawrence Street to allow the temporary parking lot to continue until December 31, 2022.
Thank you. I will remind Council this will now be dealt with at the March 31st Council meeting. Thank you. I will now call on Councillor Shaw to read out notice of motion and all right, Councillor Bresciani to read out notice of motion MN 21-2, increase recreation and leisure activities for people with disability, up to the therefore statements.
Thank you. On behalf of Councillor Shaw and myself, reads, therefore be it resolved that Regina City Council direct administration to conduct a consultation with the general public, people with disabilities, care providers of children with disabilities, recreation and leisure sector, community associations, non-profit and private organizations on the following. A, what types of inclusive recreation and activities are needed? B, to identify barriers and enablers to providing additional recreation and leisure programs. 2, create an inventory of current recreation programs and activities provided by the City of Regina and other private and non-profit organizations, including a cost analysis for the expanded level of programming that may be needed. And 3, research options for expanding availability of accessibility grants with the Community Investments Grants Program for both nonprofit and private organizations to encourage inclusive and specialized recreation and activities. 4, to promote grant funding for inclusive and specialized programming for people with disability. And 5, engage both the federal and provincial government for funding local business and or sponsorship opportunities for financial support. And 6, report back to City Council on these directives in Q3 of 2021. And that was myself and Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, councillors. All questions, discussions are held until March 31st, 2021 council meeting. We are going to move on to bylaws. Last item. We'll now consider the remaining bylaw, and I will turn it over to Deputy Mayor Hawkins to do the first reading for bylaw number 2021-14.
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Zahidniak, that bylaw 2021-15 be introduced and read a first time.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2021-15 be introduced and read a second time.
Any questions or comments?
Madam Mayor, perhaps the clerk can help me out with that amendment.
Yes.
There was a date change.
Yes, Councillor Hawkins, the recommended change would be to move the date of implementation from April 1st, 2021 to May 1st, 2021. That is to allow more time and to also sync up with the annual registration from the Regina Police Service. And if that is amended and approved at second reading, then the bylaw will be taken to as been as read as such and approved as such.
Thank you very much.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none?
I move, seconded by Councillor Moll, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2021-15 as amended going to third reading at this meeting.
This requires unanimous consent, so anyone opposed?
Anyone opposed? None, sir.
One more.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Zahidniak, that bylaw 2021 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed?
Anyone opposed?
Carried.
Carried.
I move adjournment.
There we go.
Well done, sir. Thank you. I need a seconder for adjournment. Don't all throw your hands. Okay, I got two from Councillor Moll. Thank you. Thanks very much, Council, for spending the extra hour. Very appreciated powering through that. Have a great night. Thank you, administration, for staying late again as well.
Thank you.